Come on. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Do it.
Who is doing it?
Do it.
Do it.
All of it.
Do it.
Come on. Do it now.
And I will do the rest.
Want to repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
In tavola, son prontissimo a servir, son prontissimo a servir, che spendo i miei danari, io mi voglio divertir. Voi sonate amici cari, già che spendo i miei danari, io mi voglio divertir, io mi voglio divertir. Bravi, cosa rara! Che ti parte il bel concerto e conforma il vostro merito. Fa che piatto saporito, fa che piatto saporito, fa che piatto saporito. Ah, che barbaro appetito! Che bocconi da gigante, mi par proprio di svenir, mi par proprio di svenir. Nel vedere i miei bocconi, mi par proprio di svenir, mi par proprio di svenir. Ah, che barbaro appetito, che bocconi da gigante, nel vedere i miei bocconi, mi par proprio di svenir, di svenir. Ah, che barbaro appetito, mi par proprio di svenir. Che bocconi da gigante, mi par proprio di svenir. Gli par proprio di svenir, gli par proprio di svenir. Piatto, servo. Viva quel gigante, versa il vino. Eccellente marzimino. Questo pezzo di fagiano, piano, 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 vuoi inghiotir. Sta mangiando quel marrano, vincerò, io vol capir. Questa poi la conosco purtroppo. Leporello, padron mio, parla schietto mascalzone, non mi lascia una flessione, le parole proferir, le parole proferir. Mentre io mangio, fischia un poco, non so far cos'è. Scusate, scusate, sia eccellente il vostro cuoco, sia eccellente il vostro cuoco, e lo voglia chi provò, e lo voglia chi provar. Sia eccellente il cuoco mio, e lo voglia anche provar. Cosa volete? Se non sorgete, non resti in piedi, non resti in piedi. Quasi da io te ridere, io te ridere, solo per te, che vuoi mio bene. Mangia con me. Non si può, penso il dolore di sacrificio. No. Viva le femmine, viva il buon vino, sostegno e gloria d'umanità, sostegno e gloria d'umanità. Viva le femmine, viva il buon vino, viva le femmine, viva il buon vino, sostegno e gloria d'umanità, sostegno e gloria d'umanità, sostegno e gloria d'umanità, 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 sostegno e gloria d'umanità. Che grida questo mai, che grida questo mai, a vedere che cosa sta. Che grido indiavolato, che grido indiavolato, le povello, che cos'è? Che cos'è? Che cos'è? Ah, signor, la carità non la date fuori di qua. L'occhi sasso, l'occo bianco. Ah, padrone, io cielo, io manco. Se vedeste che figura, se sentiste come fa. Non capisco niente affatto. Tu sei anche in verità, in verità, in verità. Ma se dite qualcun batte, apri, io tremo, apri dico. Per togliermi l'intrigo, ad aprire io stesso andrò, io stesso andrò. Non vuol più vedere l'amico, pian pianino nasconderò, nasconderò. Don Giovanni, a cenar teco m'invitasti e son venuto. Non l'avrei giammai creduto, ma farò quel che potrò. Le farello un'altra cena, ma che subito si porti a padron, a padron. A padron siamo tutti morti, ma ne dico state. A corpo di viltade, tacciato mai starò. Risolvi, o già risolto, verrò. Dite no, o per quel cuore infetto non ho timor. Ergo, dammi la mano in petto. Eccola, oimè, lo sai che tiene questo mai? Venti di calcio a vita, è l'ultimo momento, e non ho, io non mi metto, ne lontan da me. Venti che scerato, da vecchio infatua, venditi, no, venditi, no, sì, no, sì, no, sì, sì, no, acqua tremore insonnia, senta salir gli spiriti, escono quei morti, e poco di ritrovarlo, più non cercate, lontano andò, lontano andò. E non conosce, e non conosce, ma se non posso, ma se non posso, ma se non posso, resta quella, vieni! Tra fumo e fuoco, spadate un poco, l'uomo di sasso, fermati il passo, giusto da sotto, diedi il gran botto, giusto là il diavolo sempre ancucciò, però l'evento
What have you done?
I've been enjoying myself. That's what I've been doing.
What have you got going here?
Oh, we have an energy device that takes electrons that are available just about everywhere and converts them into useful energy.
Okay, now how do you do that?
Well, once you move them, ambient would be the background, and once you move energy away from or energy source away from the background, like moving water up a hill, it will always come down. Mm-hmm. And in the case of electrons, if you excite them, or the level of excitement is above the ambient or background, you have useful energy.
Well, how did you come up with this conclusion?
Well, when I realized that it was the movement of the electrons or the acceleration that was the principal source of the energy, then I had to develop a way to capture it or transfer it into a more useful source.
Okay. Well, what was your intention by doing this? What were you
By
trying to do?
doing it, what was my intention? Basically, I had heard that it couldn't be done, and all the experts told me that, and that didn't ring very true to me, so I decided I would see if what they were saying was actually true. When I realized that the components in an electrical field has an alternate component of magnetic field, and that they're equal and opposite, and that's your Lorentz or your equal and opposite EMF opposed sort of thing, and they do not appear separate. And being in the field of geology, there were electromagnetic maps which were available, which told me that the Earth's surface had a tremendous amount of electricity in it that was useful. And in trying to resolve that in regards to the activity of electrons, I realized that energy is everywhere at all times in great amounts, and that it's dormant until you disturb it or cycle it. And the cycling would be the resonant activity seen in radio devices. So you're moving electrons and you're creating electro and magnetic fields, and by being able to capture these fields at their higher levels of excitement, you get greater, you have a gradient that's greater getting back to ambient, so therefore you have a greater amount of energy.
Now, what's your background? How did you come up with all
My
this?
background, I'm a professional in science. My work history was primarily connected with the petroleum industry. I have an engineering background. I'm fully familiar with all of the establishment's ideas in regards to electricity and electromechanics and physics and all the other things that relate to it, and have always had a very doubtful eye towards anything that the establishment might consider appropriate. So therefore, when people told me that this thing would not happen, to forget about it, that was the match that lit the haystack. I think it's the end of the road as far as energy goes. I think that if there are any other developments, this one is benign as far as the environment is concerned. It's very cost effective. It's something which can be all over the world. It's not something which belongs to any one individual, any one country, and that basically the effect will be, the one side effect of this is it generates ozone, which it actually puts oxygen back into the atmosphere, and none of the energy methods available today do that. There's almost nothing, there's really nothing out there that you can think of that does not use this system.
Is this similar to what Nikola Tesla was trying to achieve with free energy?
It is a spin-off. Basically, what I have done is pick up where Nikola Tesla had reached, and I've put myself inside his mind, and I've expanded and extended what Nikola Tesla was doing.
Now, do you think you've actually figured out what he was doing?
Yeah, I can read his mind almost perfect. Actually, I did not know about Tesla until I was into this thing more than 5 years, I guess.
Really?
Yes, and I knew the name, but I had no idea as to exactly the significance of it. And people started saying, well, you're doing what Tesla did. Building the same kinds of coils and doing all the same types of things. And at that point, well, it really got interesting because I realized that there were other people out there that were thinking along the same line.
Now, you had mentioned something about James Clerk Maxwell.
Yes.
Some of the paperwork. What do you know about that?
Okay, in the case of James Clerk Maxwell, he was professor at Cambridge University, and he picked up all of the things which Maxwell did had been done previously, and he put them in a mathematical shape so that they could be described and repeated. And he's one of the fellows that I mentioned that have to have all the pieces of the puzzle except one. So anyhow, his thinking and mine are amazingly close together because I have researched and gone back to his personal thinking. The books that are out, which I have some of the original ones, original set, were put together after he died by the faculty at Cambridge University. And they reflect what was politically correct to the faculty at Cambridge University. They do not reflect what Maxwell actually said and thought.
So you're saying if he didn't have to go through the whole peer acceptance process, we would have had a different book?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, well, what actually came out of it was not Maxwell at all anyhow. It was the faculty in the physics department at Cambridge University with what they considered politically correct. Oliver Heavisides was your EMC squared source, and it was lifted by Einstein, and I can show you exactly where Einstein got it from.
Really? Now, how much earlier are we talking here?
About almost 100, well, between 50 and 100 years earlier. Yes, most people think that I've kind of fell out of a tree, but when they realize that I've had total access to the Library of Congress, to dozens of university libraries, including here in the United States, overseas, including Italy, Germany, and France, and England, and I've gone through these libraries like you wouldn't believe. I knew from the first moment that it was going to work and how it was going to work.
Really? Were you trying to build something specific at the time?
No, all I was trying to do was disturb ambient.
Really? Now, tell me something about these radio frequencies. I understand you're using radio frequencies to achieve this.
Well, the electron, when you cycle it or move it, you get a magnetic field and you get an electrical field. And the faster you move the electron, the cumulative effect of that magnetic and electrical field becomes greater.
Okay.
So if you're cycling at, say, 60 or 120 cycles per second, you get the same amount of electrons. And then you cycle, say, at 1,000,000 cycles per second, the curve on the increase in the amount of magnetic and electrical field there is doing this. And when it does this, and you capture it at one of the higher points, you capture it at a higher point, you get a lot more energy from the same amount of electrons than you had at the lower point.
Okay.
So this, to some people, would be would say that you're getting free energy.
What would you call it?
I would say you're getting what's there.
Just finding a new way to
you're getting what's there. The term free energy is a bastardized terminology that's used by sour grapes establishment.
use terms of the alternative?
Okay, they're all basically the same thing. They're ether, atmosphere, air, or whatever. They're all describing the same thing, and it's a hula hoop mentality. It's whoever happens to be writing the book or talking at the time, and they're grasping at something which they don't really understand.
Magnetically.
Okay, in the 1920s, people discovered that in studying the Earth's crust, that it had electrical characteristics. Mm-hmm. And most people consider that the Earth's electrical field is useless or near zero. But when you actually look into it, you find that the Earth has an enormous electrical charge on it. It's just that it's everywhere about you. It doesn't vary in a short distance. So all of the instruments that are made to measure electricity are made to measure a reference point and another point. So the electrical flux, when you start measuring electrical flux or magnetic flux, which is the other side of the coin, you find that the Earth has an enormous electrical field. No, I had the conclusion before I ever started. It was what got me into it to begin with.
Really? So this is sort of what keyed you into what was going on.
Yeah, I knew that there was an electromagnetic. Uh-huh. You can't have one without the other, and it flips. And when it flips, at that flipping point is where you have your useful energy. And the more you flip it, the more you have useful energy.
Does this have anything to do with the planet running at 8 hertz or anything like that?
Well, the death frequency is 7 cycles per second. Mm-hmm. So the Earth is, depending on who you talk to, has a frequency of around 7 or 8 cycles per second. Yeah. And that's consistent. Now, if you built a device that would capture that, you would have an energy level, but it would be very low because you're not flipping the electrons that much. Now, in the other Earth's electrical systems, there are a number of them running all at one time. You have the ionized layers that are up above. They're one side of a capacitor. The Earth's crust or the surface is one side of a capacitor. So you have an enormous electrical potential between the ionized layers and the Earth's surface, and you have an exact duplicate of it in the Earth's surface, because in a capacitor, one plate has to equal the other one, or else you've got discharges between them. And it's the turbulence in the atmosphere that disturbs this balance, that where you get your lightning and other electrical disturbances. So the lightning is over unity in itself. Ambient or earth ground is unity, and anything that you see other than that is over unity, so that means that lightning is over unity. Okay, everything in nature, and everything in nature is of course simple, so all the other things, including molecules and everything else, they all attach themselves to each other. Uh-huh. So in the case of electrons, it's unreal to believe that a single electron will be floating out here without interacting with something else. Mm-hmm. So as it turns out, there's good evidence that some electrons have more negative charge than others, and that by being more negative or less negative, that's the same as being plus or minus. So therefore, the electron with a weaker charge will attract one with a stronger charge, and they will be orbiting in each other, and they're relatively easy to pull apart. So the electrical and magnetic charge of the electron, of course, when you spin them right, you get a magnetic field. When you spin them left, you get an electrical field. Okay. So when they spin apart, you're getting a benefit of both of those, and then whenever they come spinning back together, you're getting the volts and the magnetic field coupling again, which means your amps times volts equal watts, or you've got useful energy. Well, actually, this thing remakes the entire world of energy. It's a very simple supposition, and when put in force, it creates a world in which there's no pollution. It creates a world in which there are no not-haves. All of the political systems are on equal standing, so you don't have a reason for war. So that saves a lot of lives. And it also puts ozone back, or oxygen back into a useful form, which also will save a lot of lives. Okay, this is the state of Colorado.
Okay.
And the colors on the map represent levels of electromagnetic energy.
Okay.
And you can see there's quite a diversity.
Okay, now what are all these colors here?
Okay, the dark blues are extremely negative. The reds are the lower ranges of negativity. The contour lines on there, each contour represents about 5,000 volts difference in the electrical field.
So what would this be used for normally? Why would somebody take a photo?
These were originally used by the United States government in looking for radioactive materials during the Cold War.
Now, how did you come up with the idea of looking for these?
Well, they have been used for locating oil and gas deposits since 1920.
Okay.
They've been used since 1920 for locating oil and gas deposits.
Okay, now, why do you use them? What are you looking for with these maps?
Why would I normally use them?
Yeah, I mean, what would you be looking for?
Basically, about 10 years ago, I had reached a level in the petroleum industry where my salary was too much, and I had too much experience, and the people that were in the company all had less, and they felt uncomfortable around me. So suddenly one day I found myself without a job. This has to do with the frequencies which things move at whenever you get into resonant energy. Resonant just simply means that you're flipping the electrons, and this is the electromagnetic chart that was worked up by Westinghouse, and can be purchased through the Edmunds Scientific for $11 in case you want to buy one.
So this is
or the Exploratorium out in San Francisco, which is they're the people that had it put together by Westinghouse.
Now, what does this have to do with your technology?
It shows the cycling or the frequency, radio frequency. It starts at say 0 cycles per second and moves up through the various frequencies into the gigahertz, and then it goes on even beyond that. So Farnsworth, for example, was the person who actually invented the television tube that we have today, and he did that in the process of working with the exact same type of thing which I'm working with. He had to build the television tube itself is an over unity device.
Is it?
Yeah, it's an offshoot of a dynode and a number of other things, and a dynode basically is where you have in a radio tube a cathode, which is the input side, and you have an anode, which the electrons move from the cathode to the anode. Okay, in the case of the dynode, you have alternate anodes in here, which this thing is bouncing off of. And if you have a certain type of material on these anodes, one electron leaving here and bouncing to this one knocks, say, 50,000 electrons loose, which bounce to the next stage, which knocks 5 million electrons loose, which goes to the next stage, which knocks 50 million electrons loose, and then the anode here collects them and you have 50 million times the amount of electrons active here that you had here, so you have gained 50 million times what you started out with.
So it's some kind of multiplier.
It's a multiplier, and it was renamed by Farnsworth, called a multipactor, and basically he was using like radio emitting substance here.
Mm-hmm.
You have this same thing in a light detector in cameras and other things, which open and close the shutter based on the ambient light.
Mm-hmm.
A small amount of light hits a cathode, which knocks some electrons loose,
Mm-hmm.
and they start bouncing through the dynode system, and they end up being enough electricity to operate the shutter in your camera. So you have an enormous amount of output compared to the input.
Interesting. Is there anything else you'd like to say about this?
Well, the same thing applies in changing frequencies here. The same amount of electricity inserted at a lower level raised to a higher frequency will disturb more of the electro and the magnetic field, which at that point you capture, and you have a huge gain over what you put in.
Fantastic. Okay, well, so that does fall right into what you're talking about.
So you have not violated any laws of physics, but you have an enormous amount of energy that you did not have to begin with.
What do you call it when you capture this wavelength? Do you have a name for it?
When you capture it,
Yeah, like obviously.
well, you can temporarily store it in capacitors, batteries, coils, or various other systems temporarily, and then you can convert it to some other system that is useful to the device which you need to power.
So the energy just doesn't tear around wildly.
No, it's not just running all over the place.
Yeah.
Sometimes it gets loose in the form of sparks or spacks or whatever.
Is this what over here?
The devices which I have invented, which there are a number of them, they all actually accelerate electrons.
Okay.
They're electron accelerators, and one of the outcomes I might mention of the multipactor thing which Farnsworth had, which is a over-unity device without question, is the magnetron in your microwave oven.
Okay.
So all patents are related to magnetrons, multipactors, dinodes, and all related patents are over-unity patents.
Fantastic.
And there's no way to deny it. If the person has any, even slight degree of intellect, they will know immediately that that's the case.
So this has been sitting in front of us the whole time.
Yeah, it's been here since 1920s and 30s in grand form. Before we go to the other devices, this is a component which shows up on some of the devices.
Okay.
And can you read the reading on it?
Give me just a moment here.
I'll bring it even closer if you want, so that you can actually read it. The reason I want you to read it is because calculate
Go back just a little bit.
calculate the input which the manufacturer specifies,
Okay, go ahead.
and then calculate the output which the manufacturer puts on there for that same amount of voltage, and you'll see immediately that this thing is putting out more energy than it was put into it.
So it's
The manufacturer actually states the input and the output, and it's on the label, and they have tested it, or they would not have put it on there.
So it exists.
Here's an over-unity device looking right at you.
Okay.
And there are a lot of them that are that way if you bother to calculate the input and the output.
Great. Okay. What is this?
Okay, this is one of many devices which I have built. I would say one of several hundred. And this is one of the sort of intermediate ones.
Okay.
And technology present here is largely 1800s.
And well, what is this here?
What is the device?
Yeah, what do you got here?
It's a resonant electrical energy generator.
Well, what does it do?
Basically what I do, I take a low voltage at 12 volts at about 7 amp hours from a battery, and I run it through the device, the first thing I do, in order, the high voltage module here has to run off 120 volts. So since I'm intending to use a 12-volt battery, I have to bring the voltage up to so that the high voltage module can run.
Okay.
So this is an inverter here.
Okay. Now this is just a Radio Shack part.
Yeah, it's everything you see here except these, most anyone could get, and these. Now this and this, unless you get them from me, you don't get them.
So these are your homemade ones here.
Well, they were special made for me.
What are they? Can you give me an idea?
Well, these are 10,000 volt capacitors.
Wow. And what's the
This is a 9,000 volt high voltage module that is similar to the little one that I showed just a moment ago.
Okay.
And this is from the same people. This is about 6,000 volts, and this is 9,000 volts.
Okay.
This is essentially a solid state device, and so is this.
Okay. So how does it go here?
Where does what go?
Where does it start?
Okay, it comes in here
Okay.
and comes from a 9-volt battery.
Okay.
There's a cord that's calculated to a certain length because it's a frequency that works with it's a quarter wavelength of this coil here.
Okay.
The physical length of the input from the 12-volt battery. And the reason for that is that it will recharge the battery if it can communicate with the radio frequency magnetic field that's in the area.
I see. So it's just constantly recharging.
Yeah, the magnetic field from what's going on here will recharge the battery faster than it's being discharged.
That's great. Besides that being a...
How do I know that? If you take a light emitting diode, electricity can only flow in one direction in a light emitting diode. Take two of them and reverse them and make a pigtail and put them in the line that comes from the battery to the device, and depending on which one's lighting up, you know which way the electricity is flowing.
Okay.
When they're both lit up, you're taking out and you're putting in at the same time, and the reason you can do that is that they're different frequencies. Okay, we've got 12 volts coming in. We have a kickback diode here which prevents a kickback from the inverter to the battery.
Okay.
And we also have on the input where the 12 volt comes in, we have this pigtail set of light emitting diodes which tell you that you're charging your battery at the same time that you're using it.
Okay.
And once we get past that point and get into this inverter, this is 9,000 volt high voltage module, which would be, it's a version of a Tesla coil, except it's a solid state version.
Okay, okay, that makes sense.
It does the same thing as a Tesla coil, except it's solid state version of the same action.
Yeah.
So anyhow, in order to control that, since we don't want to use the full 9,000 volts, I have a neon tube transformer control here, which controls the amount of the 110 volts that comes out of this into this.
Okay.
I can use the whole 9,000 volts, or I can use any part of it. And the reason I have to cut it back is because what's over here cannot take what's over here. Well, I'm going to end up with a lot more voltage than I can manage.
Well, that's
So
a
I
good
have to reduce it. It's easier to reduce it on the low end. Once it gets to the high end, you have trouble, special equipment, and a lot of trouble varying it.
Okay.
So I vary it on the input on the low side.
Yeah.
Okay, I get to the high voltage module, and on neon tube transformers, they have two output wires. So I have to take the electricity that's on the two output wires and put it back together as one source of electricity. And then I have to pump it through the L1 coil and then back into the system. And then I have the capacitor bank here in order to help regulate that.
And that's, I'm sorry, you said that was 100,000?
Oh, these are 10,000
Okay.
or maybe 15. I don't recall just at the moment, but they're more likely 15.
Okay.
But they were done special order by Cornell Dubier
Wow.
for me, and they were free.
Well, that's nice.
Because most of the companies like that have a department where they will make up samples for you if you're doing research and development, and you need something which they don't have in the catalog. They will make them up special for you, and that's exactly what happened here.
Really?
Okay, once we get to the this is the broadcast end of it, or the part that sets the electromagnetic field into oscillation.
Now, how do you do that? Is it sending a radio wave through it?
Well, it's when you pulse something and you pulse it through a coil like this, a magnetic field builds and collapses.
And that's all you
It's a collapsing, building and collapsing off and on that spins the electrons. The magnetic field and then the magnetic field off, and they'll spin back to where they were. So you've got the coin flipping with the electromagnetic component flipping. And once you've got it flipping, then you're in business.
So that's the whole trick to this. Is just
Yeah,
to get it
yeah. But once you've got it flipping, then you've got to have something to collect it with. And then the rest of this is the collector and storage part.
So what do you have? Just a couple of capacitors there? And
No, those are, actually those are, there's 8,000 volts worth of capacitors there.
are those special made?
No.
Really? What's the little tube on the end there?
Which one?
It's a little yellow.
The yellow one?
Yeah.
Okay, that has a double meaning. In this case, it has no meaning because I've already charging the battery from over here.
Oh, was that used to
But
cycle energy?
but the energy coming from here before it goes out to the transformer is passing through this one, and that's building a magnetic field. This one is not connected to this one in any way except through a magnetic field. So this becomes a generator of electricity, and you can charge batteries from that.
That's great. That's a great system. How much energy would you say this little system could produce?
This one, what's the output on it?
Yeah.
It's about 16 kVA,
Great.
which is a lot of energy.
Yeah. And that's
And it could go higher than that. That's with this thing turned down on low.
Wow. Now, does it like run itself out?
No, there's nothing here to wear out.
Wow. So there's no.
The capacitors are self-healing.
So this is it. You've got a closed loop system that charges itself and kicks off enough energy to.
You know, once it's going, it's on its own. No, this is sort of an intermediate model.
Yeah.
And there's a larger one sitting over here, a more commercial type. This one actually, the one in the suitcase calculates out at about, I put in the book little article I gave you, I think it was 27 kVA.
No kidding.
It's a one, it's about half the size of this. So this is capable of probably around 50 kVA.
Now, is this something that you give away as far as selling plans to people or showing people how?
Well, the plans for some of these things are in the publications.
So this is not any great secret. This is out there.
No, it's looking people in the face. A commercial model, and the absolute output level on it, I don't know, but some of the components in there would probably limit it to about 35,000 volts at probably about 200 amperes. And that is an enormous amount of electricity. So you can see that it has the same components that the other device has. They're just scaled up somewhat.
Have you used this one here?
I've had it, I've started it, and I know that I've tested it, but I haven't ran this particular one for any extended period of time except to just start it.
So this was just sort of an experiment to see if you could build a commercial.
Well, basically it was just to see how the components fit on the board was what it was.
Great.
Because I did the schematics and passed them on to other people, and they're building them.
Okay. Great. Use that on this device.
Actually, I'm going to show you how to make a simple one.
Okay, great.
Most of the things that are in my devices which I demonstrate were put there because people expect to see them, not because they need to be there.
Okay.
Okay, so this device, which I had turned upside down,
Okay.
okay, is the high voltage module here. So we come out and we need a L1 coil here. It's going to be our L1 or our input coil, and we're going to run this, since this is alternating current, it's neither plus or minus. It's going to be, what it's going to be doing is coming over here and into here and coming back just like that.
Okay.
So we've got our high voltage device and we've got an L1 coil, and it's all working just fine. At this point it's running at 35,000 cycles per second. Okay, and we don't, the method I'm teaching you here, you don't have to know about tuning. The fact that the length of the wires that go on this coil here are basically irrelevant because it's being pumped by the high voltage device here, and that's going to set the frequency. The length of the wires are not going to have anything to do with it. So you don't have to know how to tune it to do this. Okay, the next thing is that we're going to have an L2 coil here, and it's going to have coils on it, and it's going to be out, and this is going to be your minus, and this is going to be your plus down here at the bottom. And electricity or electrical field always moves from the highest of concentration to the lowest. But in this case, what's happening is each coil there has a capacitance and inductive characteristic. So it's magnifying. For example, say that this is 3,000 volts here, and we have 10 turns here. So this is volts, and we have 10 turns. Okay, we divide 10 into 3,000, and that means that each turn is going to equal 300 volts. So each turn on a L2 coil here, each turn on there will have 300 volts on it. So if you have 30 turns, you've got 300 times 30, which would be, let's see, 300 times 30. Okay, and that's going to be 0.009. So that you're going to have 9,000 volts on your L2 coil.
Okay.
Okay, and it's going to do that irregardless of the amount of turns or the frequency or whatever. What we're doing by forcing the 35,000 cycles per second onto this first coil, we're forcing that second coil to duplicate the same thing as long as it's an even division of or multiple of the wire length in the first coil.
Okay.
So we've got, at this point, we've got 9,000 volts out, and we probably will want to put a spark gap of some sort in here so that we can, and this goes to your earth ground. Okay, this center part of the spark gap will go to earth ground.
Okay.
Okay, and this is going to limit the voltage so that it's within the range which you can handle it with whatever device you're going to load this with. So you can go directly from this into your transformer out here, and it'd be an isolation transformer. And at this point, what you have to do, since you've got a frequency which the isolation transformer cannot use, you have to correct the frequency. So in order to correct the frequency, you put a resistor across the two poles there. In order to determine what resistor size you use, you go to either the American Radio Relay League chart showing capacitance and resistance and other types of things, which will tell you what approximate frequency you'll end up with. Now, in the case of American Radio Relay League, you're going to be off the end of the chart, and you're going to have to take a little piece of paper and make the grid and extend the chart over about an inch or so and about an inch or so down in order to get, say, 60 cycles or 120 or whatever it is you want. But you can do that real easy.
Okay.
So anyhow, we've got through our 12 volts, and none of the electrons from the 12-volt battery have left the high voltage module. The high voltage module has excited electrons in a separate, just like your
Testing 1 2. Short intermission, folks. I will briefly come back to the video. I just wanted to show something here. Give me a second. You should be able to see that. And let me maximize that. So that's going to be a short one. So what we have here is a high torque, low RPM pulse motor. I guess you would call this a traction mode. So the idea here is you're not supposed to push the magnets with your drive coils. All of these drive coils are in series. And give me a second to do this. They're all in series, right? And you don't have to use the number of turns that you see here. This is just an image to represent a coil. Did I mess that up? So you go from here to here. And you hook them in series like so. So these coils can be high impedance, preferably high impedance. Maybe each coil should be, say 15 ohms each one, you know, maybe 10. And then you'll have like an 80 ohms or 100 ohms in total. And now they're in series. And did I do that wrong again? Yeah, sorry. You would put the, yeah. Okay, and there's your plus and minus to pulse them. So you would have them in series like so, and you'd have like each one would be 10 or 15 ohms. It depends. You can vary the ohms on each one, but they all want to be identical ohms on all the coils, same turns and everything. 8 magnets on the rotor, north facing out. And so you would just energize these coils enough so that the, let me stop moving this. You would energize these coils in such a way that you're only disconnecting, because each one of these coils has an iron core in there, okay? Let me change the color here with black. So there's an iron core in every one of these coils. This is a big part of the torque. And give me a second here. You have an iron core in there. And let's say each coil has 300 turns of gauge. Well, you can go with less turns because you don't need a lot of gauge here to waste copper, because you're only going to need to make enough power to break the connection between the magnet here and the iron core. So there's your magnet with the iron core. Let me see, change another color here. So this magnet will bond to this iron core, you know, as it is now. All the magnets are grabbing the iron cores. They don't want to move. You have to energize these coils to create a north field on the front side here of each one of these coils where the rotor magnet rests in order to push the magnet off and get it to move to the next core, which will be the actual torque. That's where the torque comes in. As soon as you energize these coils to push the magnets away from the core position that they're at now, then the wheel will turn and move all magnets towards the next set of cores, which is going to be free in a sense per rotation, because it's just basically the magnets on the wheel pulling to the iron in the center of each one of those windings. And when it gets there, it's going to lock in place. And at that point, you have your reed or trigger set up to trigger the pulse again to break the lock that was created between the 8 magnets and the 8 cores. Now that voltage, so what I was thinking here is not to use a lot of power, because you don't want to use a lot of power here. You only want to use enough power to break that connection between the iron in those drive windings and the 8 magnets on the rotor. You want to break that connection. So that amount of power has to be as minimal as possible, because you don't want to push those rotor magnets with your coils. You don't want to do any pushing going on here. It's all the energy you're using here is only to break the connection between the 8 rotor magnets and the 8 cores inside the windings. It's not to push the rotor magnets. It's just to break the connection that's established between iron and a magnet. It's just a natural connection that happens. And you just want to break that connection. And as soon as you break that connection, it'll be enough to nudge it in one direction and get the 8 magnets on the rotor to then pull to the next 8 set of iron cores, which will be a lot of pull. So I would imagine the coils, you would need, let's say, 26 volts and about 370 ohms. I've already experimented with that amount of resistance and voltage to get motion. That should be enough to push through 26 volts is enough to push through 370 ohms. I know that. And actually create a little push force as well. So if you want to create all these coils, 8 of them, and combine their resistance into about, let's say 200 ohms with a a very thin gauge wire. You don't want to go too thin because you need it to be thick enough to create enough magnetic field to break the connection. So let's say you use a gauge 32 on all these coils, and you wrapped, I don't know, say 200 turns, and it came out to about 15 ohms per, or 20, 15 ohms times 8 times 15 is 8 times 10 is 80, and then 8 times 5 is 45. Was it 8 times 8? 2 times 8 is 16. 32. That's 40. 8 times 5 is 40. So, 140 ohms at 15 ohms each, 8 coils. Then you got 140 ohms on a 32 gauge series set of coils, and you got a good range there to mess with your source voltage up and down to get in the sweet spot. So where you're only breaking the connection between the 8 rotor magnets and the 8 cores in those 8 coils. And you're not pushing those rotor magnets, you're just breaking that lock mechanism that magnets have with iron. And if you're able to adjust the voltage in such a way with that impedance and all that, you should be able to get this wheel to spin very slowly for a very small amount of power, but a high amount of torque, which you can use your imagination from there, what that torque can do. So this is just an idea, a long-standing idea that eventually I'm going to build this also. When I get a nice lab set up, I'm going to make this this low RPM, super high torque pulse motor. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We'll go back to the show. Hey there, Bill. Sorry I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Anybody want to join? Let me know. Okay. See here.
Your transformer here, where you have the two sides are separated from each other so that none of the electricity on this side actually goes through the system. What it does through induction, it excites the coil on the other side, and your electricity over here is coming from a earth grounding, and your load is going to be in between the earth grounding and the other pole of that transformer. And you're going to have to also put some sort of voltage control on this thing here, and that will be a varactor, V-A-R-A-C-T-E-R. And what that is, like on your computer where you have a voltage control thing that keeps the sparks from coming in, it looks like a little capacitor, but it's not. But it basically will limit the voltage to some level which is okay for the device that you're trying to run. Now, what I have shown you here, you don't have to know how to tune it. That takes care of itself for you, and you have to make only one correction in the frequency, and any coil and resistor, or any coil and capacitor, or any combination of those will give you a particular frequency. Now, Radio Shack has a book on electronic tables and such, and you can use the charts in it.
Okay. Is this the smaller, simplified version?
No, there's some solid state versions of this where all of this is thrown out. But I'm not at liberty to talk about them just now.
But this can give somebody an idea that you don't actually have to come.
You don't have to know what you're doing at all.
To repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor.
Okay, so explain to us your electron theory.
Okay, as it turns out, I'm not the only one that thinks about spinning electrons and the right and left-hand spin. Pauli, quite a long time ago, described something called Pauli's principle, and that relates to electron spin. Now, in the physics books, there's very little mentioned in it. There are entire books written on spin mechanisms, because all elements and molecules and things like that have a spin built into them as part of their electrical activity. Now, in one of the chemistry books which I use, we have information showing the spin mechanism, and we have a left and right hand spin, and we have a pairing of the electrons. Now, in energy particles, you have alpha, beta, gamma, and in the gamma case, they relate more to electrons. The other two are made of fragments of other particles. And the one which helps generate electricity, of course, is the electron. So that's the one that we're going to be interested in.
Okay. So how does this relate to what you were able to do with this device?
Well, all the devices I build are electron spin mechanisms.
Okay.
Anytime you have a generation of electricity, you're going to have spin involved.
Okay. So did you somehow trick the electrons into producing more energy than they normally do?
Well, actually, they will stay basically neutral and nothing will happen until you bring in an interfering magnetic field or an interfering electrical field, and it has to be pulsing. The electricity by itself won't do this. You have to have a pulsing mechanism or an off and on mechanism which causes the spin to happen, and then it goes back to its position, and then it spins again, and each time you've got magnetic and electrical impulses, and your device basically is a collector of the electricity resulting from the spin of the electrons.
How do you agitate the electrons to do that?
Any sort of disturbance as to air, for example, like in thunderstorms and the turbulence in the air, or any movement of air and magnetic or electrical fields.
Okay. What are you using to create the energy out of your device?
Actually, it's an inductive device. It's a resonant inductive device, and I'm using the inductive magnetic field to spin the electrons by pulsing it off and on.
Are you using a battery to do that, or a hand crank?
Well, actually, I'm using very low voltage battery.
Okay. Now, what is the input versus the output?
Well, the input is fleet power, and the output is just about anything you might want.
Now, I thought that's impossible to do. Isn't that against the laws of thermodynamics and all of that?
Well, if you follow real closely and with religious fervor, this thing cannot be done. But if you realize that it's more of a mechanical thing than anything else, and the law of mechanics allow for levers, pulleys, and a lot of other things, so you have a mechanical advantage if you spin the electrons in a certain way, and you can't spin one electron, because if you move one, every electron near it will move the same amount. So it's an avalanche effect that you get, which basically takes the place of a lever or a pulley.
How does the tuning device or the coil come into play?
How do you get it tuned?
Yeah, what, I mean,
Okay, basically if any two coils or any piece of wire of any length, if you have something which it will divide into evenly or multiply into evenly, if it's smaller, they can all talk to each other.
Okay. And how would that relate to how you tune your device?
Well, Tesla used a quarter wavelength, so if you have two coils in a coil set, one of them should be 1/4 of the length of wire that's in the other.
Okay.
You can either go up or down. You don't have to go just one way.
Now, are you agitating the electrons that are coming out of that battery, or are you pulling electrons in from?
No, the electrons from the battery never come through to the coil. They are disturbing something down this chain that in turn disturbs something on the other end of the chain. So the electrons that are at point A are not the electrons at point B. So the electrons that are coming out of the device are not the ones that came out of the battery.
Where do you think they come from?
They're in and about the air and all places at all times.
Okay. How did you come up with this idea for this device? What were you doing?
Basically, I was building it before I knew about Tesla, and I had actual nice working devices before someone one day said, well, you're doing what Tesla was doing, and I had figured out that air transformers would work just like the regular transformers, and was trying to do it, and it was working.
What type of energy does this put out? Is this something you could plug in?
Well, it's a radio frequency type device the way I construct it, and of course that is useless until you change it to something else which is more usable.
Okay. Can you give us, were you going to draw something for us and give us an example of how you tune your device, or what the type of instruments you use to tune?
Well, there's some interesting things about tuning, and one of them in particular in pre-Civil War days in the mountains out in West Virginia and places like that, and we have a mountain here and another mountain over here, and we have a guy that's here, and he's flying a kite, and here's a guy over here that's flying his kite, and the wire, instead of using string, you're using copper wire, and whenever the multiples or divisions are equal length of copper wire here, you put a spark gap on the lower end of it here to an earth ground, and same on both of them. And whenever you spark gap it here, basically you use something like a telegraphic key, and whenever you cause it to spark here, this one over here, without the person touching it, will do the same thing.
Oh, okay.
So this is an early radio device, and it was called to the attention of the people during the Civil War, and the generals and the president up and down, and they all laughed at and made fun of the people that said, well, your military here can talk to your military here 20 miles away, and they can't even see each other. And as we know now, this was the beginning of the wireless telegraphy.
Is that right?
And it further
Hey.
advanced in replacing the spark
Yo,
gap or
you hear
the
me?
keying device.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
With a
Yep.
All right.
Let me bring it up.
Hey.
How's it going, man?
Yeah. Oh,
Working
there's
hard.
a lag there.
You got lag? Echo?
Good. I can hear myself like 5
So-
minutes after I said something. Yeah.
Oh, mute your speakers. Or mute the YouTube stream.
Okay.
So let me bring that up.
Okay. That's it. That's it. It's better now. Dude.
So I'm just doing this idea that I've been trying to get out for a while. It's it's this basic idea of, I guess they call it the attraction motor or traction.
I think this is a really good idea.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. It's something that people are probably already thinking on their own, but I'm relaying it here.
I'm thinking that something along the lines of what you're talking about is happening, but something else is happening too that I could see in my head.
Right, but the idea I'm driving here is, let me bring up the screen. Hold on. Share screen. Window.
Oh
you see
yeah,
it?
I'm pretty sick, but yeah, no, yeah, I can see it now.
Oh, you got the flu?
Yeah.
What do
Yeah,
you stay away from dairy, bro. It'll
yeah.
too much dairy will do that, man. It's the retinol, but yeah, it's good stuff. I love it. Dairy.
You mean ice cream, right?
Yeah, all that stuff. It gets you like allergies from the retinol. It's just nutrition detective. He lays it down good. So
So I'm following you all the way to the end, and all I'm thinking is that when the coil is energized enough to be considered active, which is a very low
well, when you say
voltage.
active, I don't want you to think that
No, no,
active means driving the wheel.
no,
I'm
no,
not.
no, no, no. Just enough to make that core in the middle saturated to the point where it's the same as the coil, and that's a very low amount of voltage that you need to do that.
The core of
The
the
core,
yes,
yeah,
yeah.
because
Right,
it's
that's what
gonna.
I'm thinking too, right. It's not going to require a lot of voltage because you're only trying to create enough EMF on this part of the coil here to break the connection with this magnet, you know?
Yeah, that part right there is exactly what I am trying to understand more.
Well, when you break the connection, the wheel's going to have to go one of two ways. And and why is that? Because you broke the connection. And this magnet here is going to want to reach over to this core. And at the same time, this magnet is going to want to reach over to that core. Remember, there's a core in here, iron,
Yep.
you know?
Yeah, totally, totally. And when you switch it into the on position, you nullify that core. Is that
No,
what you're
you
trying
give,
to say?
no, well, hold on. You're pulsing. You're not keeping the power on.
I know. I know.
So the switch
The
will
switch,
probably
right?
be a quick one,
Right.
but it'll be a longer pause in between the next contact,
Got it.
allowing the wheel to. You have to customize the duty cycle on this. I see where you're getting at. You have to customize the duty cycle. So you want like a 10% on or whatever, just enough to break that
Yes.
connection. And then before you turn it back on, you don't want it to be 90% off, but maybe you want it to be uh, um, what was not 90, but like 110% off or 150% off, like
Yeah.
longer time,
Yep. Longer
allowing the
duration.
wheel to attract to the next set of course, in that whichever direction it chose to go.
I see
It's got to go
26% duty cycle.
on, and then the off cycle got to be more than the rest of that 100%. It's got to
Yep.
be,
Yep.
you know what I mean? Because you
Yeah.
want to allow it to give it time to choose its direction.
Oh, that'd be so weird, like to have it go bounce in and then do like
It'll be really
3.
slow though, slow
Yeah.
spinning, but extremely amount of torque, because you got 8 iron cores attracting 8 magnets at the same time.
So this is how I would time it. When the magnet like crosses into the attraction field, we're going to call it that, like the attraction field of the core. And then by the time it centers itself on that magnet, it should be letting go of it already.
By the
So
time
that
it centers itself.
when the magnet is actually physically in the middle of, you should have let go or be let go at that exact time, and it'll keep going in the same direction. Because you'll get like a,
Would
it'll,
you still have to, well, once all the 8 magnets reorient over the next 8 set of cores, and they're going to be locked into position,
yeah.
and you got to have your trigger ready to go before they fully lock, I guess,
Now I'm wondering, can
because
you
once they fully
use
lock, then
a
you need to
bifilar,
provide more power, right?
one bifilar for a trigger coil? Just
Yeah, you
one
could do that.
bifilar. Huh?
It's assuming all the one bifilar. You might need 2 to make it more sensitive, as you want it to
Yeah,
be.
yeah. Wow, that'd be great. That'd be awesome, dude. Because that timing would be so like
Imagine
synchronicity.
if you had a bifilar on all of those, and they're all on the second winding on all of them was your trigger. That would be such a sensitive trigger that
Oh
there's no
God,
way.
yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? There's no way it's not going to trigger. But you do add a lot of resistance to that resistance that those bifilers add to the circuit as far as lens is concerned. It's really minimal compared to the amount of force those magnets have onto those cores. It's not
Yeah.
really a concern in my opinion. So yeah, I would say go ahead and put 8 bifilers. Get a really sensitive, not so many
Okay.
turns on the second winding because you
I
got
got
8 of
enough
them.
32 and 24 to make 8 coils with the appropriate resistances.
Right, and then when you have 8 magnets passing over 8 trigger coils at the same time,
It's
it's
gonna
got
be
to be
such.
perfectly aligned, the rotor magnets, because you want them to trigger at the same time. You don't want to have a bunch of but if they're in series, that would also help with that also. That avoid
Well,
any separate triggering going on. Just make it one trigger.
I don't
You
know
want to
how
put them
to.
all in series.
Well,
The trigger windings, they got to be in series. If you do
they
8 of them,
gotta be. Everything's got to be lined up with 8 triggers.
but if they're in series, lining it up, it's not that big of an issue, because
No,
they're in
not
series.
really, not really. But there's supposed to be a pulse with the trigger. So if you're like all off key, it's
If you got
gonna be
8 trigger
constant
windings, there's
voltage.
no way that's not going to pulse.
Oh yeah, it'll send a signal larger than you need for sure.
That's why you can cut the number of turns on each bifilar for the trigger winding down big time. That way you get to your voltage of 5 volts or no more.
Yeah.
But it'll be a
Well,
5-volt trigger with a lot more duty cycle to it because you
maybe
got
I
some
use
more magnets.
26, just use one trigger
I
of
think the duty
26
cycle
gears.
would be longer because you got more magnets. The voltage is what the winds will create, but when you have more magnets passing more coils,
Well, I have a 12 magnet rotor already built. So maybe I'll use that and then I make
you
12
do.
coils. Yeah.
Well, if you keep the gauge thin on the trigger winding, you could limit the duty cycle also like that
Okay.
and still get your signal strong as hell, that 5-volt clear signal. But the duty cycle will be even shorter if you keep the gauge up. The thinner the wire, the better for that.
Okay.
Because it'll be like a lot less current getting through that wire, and
Right.
that's the current that gets through. That's what determines I believe that's what determines the duty cycle. Is the amount of current that gets through the wire. So the more current that can saturate into the trigger winding, the longer the switch is held down.
I got it. Yeah. Yep.
That's the way I'm looking at it. From my own understanding, that's the way I see it. Because you don't want to have to use a timer or any kind of. You could trigger this just with the rotor itself, and the motor itself can trigger itself. You don't need to add a function generator or anything like that.
Right.
To this. That's my goal, is to not ever need
something that's gonna fry on you like instantaneously.
Not to need Arduinos or any of that stuff. Or even reeds, because reeds go bad easy too, man.
Yeah. Well, I'm using my switch commutator right now, and it's working like really good, like better than I ever seen it one of them work before.
Yeah, the commutator, that's a tough one to build, those commutators.
Well, it's not.
I give you
It's
props for
not a
that. I have
commutator.
not built the commutator yet, but
it's not a commutator. It's just a switch that is like raw electric. It's not a reed switch. It's not in a vacuum tube. It's just a switch.
Is that the one with the counter rotating one that you did?
No, it's just a paper clip and a piece of copper wire. And this thing is freaking awesome.
Yeah, those things are good. Yeah, they last a long time. Got a lot of metal on there.
Seriously, I think I'm going at around close to 300 RPMs right now, and it's only at like 2.5 volts.
Hmm. What's the ohm on your coil? The gauge?
Oh, it's really low. It's like 0.2 of an ohm.
Uh, yeah,
It's a
that's
16 gauge coil.
yeah. That uses up power easy. That gets you up there and real easy. It's a good that's a lot that they use a lot of power. I mean, you
Well, I'm
want to get
telling you, I'm not using any amps at all. Like
because
virtually
you're at low voltage, right?
less than 100. I'm at 2.5 volts, no amps. It's
Yeah,
going like
that's right.
300. It's
Right.
freaking amazing.
Didn't think of that. Yeah, you keep the voltage low, you can control all that, right? That's a good one. Yeah, so you could, lower your voltage and drive a low impedance coil with it and still conserve power.
Yeah, I was experimenting with my 1500 turn 20 gauge coils. Their impedance is high,
What
but
is it?
uh,
1500? It was 160 ohms, you said?
it's only 8 ohms.
1500 turns at 20 gauge.
Yeah.
8 ohms. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So there's a lot of turns and there's a lot of layers interacting with each other, but there's not a lot of resistance.
Right. All them turns gives you a more compressed magnetic field, stronger
But
saturated
doesn't it
field.
propagate the longer you leave it on? Like, doesn't it like start pushing itself out like this?
Well, okay, so each coil only needs to be fed power a certain amount of time to be fully saturated. Let's say the coil you're talking about here at 1500 turns at 20 gauge needs about, let's say its need to at 12 volts to be fully saturated is 10 milliseconds, and
Okay.
then it's fully saturated. Any time over 10 milliseconds, it's not going to get any more saturated. It's just going to keep the same saturation.
Well, no, I mean like the rate of the switch. How
Right. So
much?
you don't want to have the switch go more than 10 milliseconds if that's the time it takes to fully saturate that coil.
Oh, I don't. Well, I think once it gets going around, 1500 RPMs, that starts to happen. Like,
Oh, right,
uh,
right. You're when you speed up your RPMs, the switching also a duty cycle goes down on the switching.
yeah.
You use less. The switch is held down less time.
Thanks, Mike. I mean, you're keeping it in perspective for me because I just call it that thingy, that
Yeah.
doohickey over there.
Well, because I mean, if you're using a trigger coil, the faster the magnet passes that trigger coil, that's less contact time. If the longer that magnet sits over the trigger coil at a slower RPM, that's a longer contact time, which is needed to get the wheel up to speed.
Yeah,
Anyways,
yeah,
so they call that the voltage drop. That's the initial voltage drop of anything. You get it, the system fills up with power, and then, while it does that, it spins up to max RPM, and then the voltage drop stops and the voltage comes back up a little bit, but not back to where it was before you turned it on.
right. Yeah, I've run into that quite a bit, running the relay uh, situation over here.
So you could take the initial voltage drop. Let's say you start with 12.5 and you get like a 0.3 drop, and the resistance of your coil. You can use that 0.3 of a volt to calculate the amount of current the system uses to initially get started. And then once the voltage drop stops and it comes back up a little again, then you measure the drop from there, from original 12.5 to, let's say, 12.4, and you see that your system runs at full RPMs with a 0.1 voltage drop. So whereas the initial startup, it was a 0.3 voltage drop, And after it got going, it holds 0.1. So then you can take the 0.1 and the same ohms on your coils and do some math, and you know how much power your system uses to run at full. Once it's been, I don't know what the term is, to run at, run on idle, I guess. Not idle, but to run at its peak,
Yeah.
to run without the initial, whatever power it consumes after the initial startup cost is overcome.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So they're all north facing out.
Yeah, all north facing out.
What if they're all south facing out?
Doesn't matter, north or south.
I just got to
North
wrap
is,
the coils a different way.
yeah, don't pay attention to me. I might have the windings wrong.
No. Your drawing's good, but what I'm saying is, if all my magnets are already facing out and I want to use the rotor, I would have to wrap the coils clockwise, right? To make it so that this
clockwise, and at the start you give it the plus, and at the finish you give it the minus to get your north at the opposite side of the start.
I got it. Yeah, because north. If
That's
you want
clockwise,
north,
but if it's counterclockwise, it'll be, like what's this clockwise here,
yeah.
And if you give your plus here and your minus there, the north will be up top here.
Okay.
But if you wound it counterclockwise and you did the same thing, you give your plus here, down again, here again, and your minus up here, the north will be up top. I'm sorry, the north will be down here.
Okay.
On the other side.
Yeah, but I want the north to be when it flips on facing the magnet, or the south. I mean, is what I'm saying, because I'm pretty sure it's a south facing out, because I wasn't measuring them. I just measured
You
one.
could use the north or the south, doesn't matter. I just say the north because the north is stronger than the south.
And then just flip the north and the positive and the negative into the coil to change its polarity. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, cool. So it doesn't really matter.
Flip polarity. It doesn't matter. No. If they're all generating a north with the plus on one side and minus on the other, and you want to make it generate a south, you just flip the polarity.
I just want it to like look good and be simple, simple as possible. So that's why I'm asking all these questions.
But yeah, I think this would be such a high torque, you wouldn't be able to stop it
No.
with your hand,
Right.
Even if they're ceramic magnets and they're not needle, because you got 8 of them.
I'm just imagining what you would have to chassis.
You could double up, go with 16 or 32, and it gets even stronger because the more cores you have, the more each movement to the next set of cores is a. Have you ever done a rotor with more magnets and less magnets and try spinning that?
Yeah.
You ever notice the more magnets you put on there, the slower it spins?
Yes.
But at the same time, your torque is going up?
I've never really been able to measure the torque because my shaft is always fixed.
Right. But if you do, you'll notice it's getting harder and harder to stop it.
Yeah. I never got the torque that high. I mean, I've always been able to stop it. But I know what you're talking about. I do.
So yeah, the torque is immense. I mean, I did a wheel once with ceramic 50-cent magnets. I put actually they were 25 cents. I put like 2 of them on together to double up the thickness, and I went around a bicycle wheel, and I was separated by no more than an inch on each set of magnets. I disassembled that rotor, but there must have been as many spokes. I think I followed the spokes on the bicycle. So
right.
And I had one Bedini coil running it, and the torque on that, I was almost unable to stop it. And it was very slow running,
Yeah.
and the frequency of the pulses was much higher with a lower RPM on the rotor. So it uses more power, in a sense, because you got more pulses to initiate per rotation.
This coil setup that I have, it's got some torque to it. It's just one coil, and I know of, but it's 2 coils. Okay, so I got 32 in the front.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
Ben's in the... Sorry, let me do something here. So what's up?
What's up? What's up?
You got a coil, you said?
Yeah, I got a 1500 turn coil in front of a 260 turn 16 gauge coil. They're both facing the rotor, but the one that's got the weaker field is up front, but it's a stronger field. It's got, like, the 32 when it hits, especially with raw electric, it pounds it. That's it's just, like that. And then the 16 gauges behind it has a bigger field, so it'll affect the rotor through the 32 gauge. But they're hooked up in series. It's working really good right now. If you can't envision it, I'll have it around.
Well, let's draw it out. Let's say that again. Let me bring this up. How do I do this? Describe that again.
All right, so I have a coil. It's a really thin 1500 turns of 32 gauge, but it's like this fat. Okay, and it's all wrapped around the edge of this donut. And then you put it in the front of the 16 gauge coil. Like right in front of it. And what I mean in front, it's like it goes the rotor, then the 1500 turns, and then the 260 turns right behind it. So it's like a double up. It's it's probably propagating, and it's doing both of those at the same time. I don't know. It's hard for me to explain it, but if you get what I'm saying, it's like,
okay. So they're facing each other.
They're not facing each other. They're both facing the rotor.
At what's the degree separation around the rotor?
The magnet separation is 12 even. So let me think what that
12 degrees?
No, 12 magnets.
12 magnets?
30 degrees maybe, or is it 15? Something like that.
I think
30.
12 times.
It's 30. Yeah, 30 degrees at 14 inches.
Yeah, 30.
So it's like 2.5 inches between each magnet. It's at 14 inches, 30 degrees is a big chunk.
You got 12 magnets, you said, right?
Yeah.
Four, 6, 12 magnets. So 30 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah. So we wanted to do 2 stars of David.
2. Okay, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, if it's 12, that's 6 on each side.
Yeah, you got to do 2 6-pointed stars.
1, 2.
At 120. Do your 120s.
What do you mean 120? 120 degrees?
Make triangles. Make 4 separate triangles. Yeah, do 120 degrees. Well, you just do the dots. You don't got to draw the lines. But yeah,
that's
like that. Yep, that's the basic premise of the whole thing.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's not 6 on each side.
No, you got to do another one of those though. In the
Oh,
open
right
area.
here.
Yeah. Yes, perfect. And then, yeah. But if you just did one triangle at a time, it would work too.
No, I got it. There it is.
All right.
So that's 12 magnets.
Yeah.
And the coils?
Okay. It's 2 coils. And man, okay. So one is about yay big. It's got 260 turns of 16 gauge in it. I've only got one coil.
What's the position of the coil on the rotor? 2 of them? 2?
All right.
180
so
or?
let's pick a magnet. Right, you're right next to him. Yep, that top is good. All right, so we want to leave room there to make 2 coils.
2 coils on the top?
Yep, right at
Oh,
that same mag.
bifiber?
Nope, they're separate.
Oh. How do you put them together like that? Okay, leave room.
Yep, and then make another one, but it's a smaller one.
Same
No,
turning?
no, not parallel. This is in series, right in front of it.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. A smaller gauge, I guess.
Yep, smaller gauge. All right, yep. Yes, just like that. They now draw to the magnet. Perfect. And now they're hooked in series, and that they're both pounding, and they're both affecting the rotor, but at different rates. But because the little field is in front, they're both affecting the magnet. If you get what I'm trying to say. It's kind of hard to explain it.
They're both, okay, what's the gauge on the top one?
16 gauge on the top one.
And the bottom one?
32. And they're in series, working off my homemade reed switch.
So, yeah, I mean, what's the idea behind this?
Well, right now it's running on 2.5 volts and 0 amps.
Oh,
And
well done.
well,
you get to 0?
It's less than 100. When I say 0, it just means
less than 100 milliamps or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's just what my meter reads. It's probably right around 12 milliamps.
And 2 volts. That is pretty. What is the ohms on the? Do you know the ohms?
Yeah.
They're in series. So what are in series? What is the ohms?
I know the 32 gauge is 160 ohms.
And the other one is probably a lot less.
Yeah, it's like 0.2.
So 160 ohms is the whole thing.
Yeah.
What's the voltage you're giving it?
2.5 volts.
0.5.
Right now. And I could turn it way down, but I just want it to go a little bit faster.
160 ohms. And you're getting, well, you know what's, how do you have this series, these 2 coils in series? I mean, you're not grounded here, are you?
No, I'm grounded to the power supply that I'm using.
In center point, or are you giving a plus up here and?
Well, all right.
And
Here, I'll
minus down
describe
here?
it from
Are you providing a minus here also?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So from the power supply, the positive goes into the switch. Okay. And then it goes out. The connection goes out of the switch. And then it goes up into the 16 gauge coil. And then out the 16 into the 32. And out the 32 back into the power supply to ground.
Okay.
And that's the
and
basic.
It's got to go through 160 ohms to do that.
Yeah. But
that's what's getting me is how did you get that 2.5 volts through that 160 ohms and still get drive.
It's the commutator switch, I'm pretty sure.
Is it a long contact time? Probably.
No, it's
No?
very, very fast. It's amazing.
Well, let's figure this one out. What
It's a
is
paper clip.
2.5 divided by 160 is 156 milliamps.
Wow,
And
that's a lot.
multiply that by 2.5 and you're using 0.039 watts. So yeah, you're going to get drive because there's 160 milliamps getting through there. So yeah, it's working. It will work. I didn't think 2.5 volts was enough.
Well, if I stop this thing and I have the contact on, I'm pretty sure it's going to be like 0.2 at least. If it like a perma on, this is because it's going so fast that it like reduces the amount of amps that it needs. So
It shouldn't use the coil demands with that voltage. It'll take 160 milliamps.
I wonder why it's not.
It's only taking 100 milliamps. Well,
it's not taking even 100. But I think it's because it's hooked up to the wall. That might be what it is.
A 2.5 volt wall power supply?
Well, no, it's a 24 volt power supply.
And you had it on 2.5 volt setting or something?
Oh, dude, with the 32 gauge coil, I turned it all the way up and I thought it said 2.4, but I'm blind.
Oh, so you're at 24 volts. Okay.
Yeah, that's way different.
Yeah, 24 volts you're going to be using. I can do it right now. 24 divided by 160 is 100, and it's 0.15 of an amp. What is that? That's 150 milliamps.
No, there's no amps showing up on the meter at all.
0.15 of an amp is 150 milliamps. So
is my amp it must be broken or something.
Is it an analog or digital?
It's a digital one.
Well, see, digitals, I don't know if they can read pulsing circuits like that. They're for AC. Is it on DC setting?
Yeah, it's a DC.
Well, look at the meter. Does it show you a pulsed straight line or a straight line alone?
No, it just has a 24. It just has the digital readout.
It says
24
volts.
0.0 amps and 24 volts.
Oh, it's one of those meters. So you can't tell if it can read DC pulse or DC constant. It should have like a symbol on there.
It's not a meter. It's a buck converter. So it's showing me how many amps I'm using.
Those things, yeah, they show you the LED screen,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm not using any amps to do this.
Well, I don't think those meters can give you the reading. The only way is with an analog amp meter. And, I would say 500 milliamp is good, 300. If you want a more sensitive reading, like if you can find a 300 milliamp. You're under 200 milliamps here, so they sell 200 milliamp.
That's good, though. That's still good, right?
Yeah, no, you got to use something. The coil uses something. The goal here is to have the rotor magnets and their pull to iron equate to more than the milliamps that you're using to get motion.
Right.
Whether it be push or motion or no push motion, just disconnect motion, like I was describing the other thing where you just enough power to disconnect the bond between the iron and the rotor magnet. That's not push motion. That's disconnect motion. You're not pushing anything here. You're just disconnecting the bond and letting the rotor choose a direction. And then let those magnets pull to the iron. That's where you want to take advantage of. That's free. That's free. There's no arguing that. But if you're pushing the magnets, that's at your cost, at your expense.
Oh, I got you.
You know, if you don't push, you don't spend
But
power to push them.
that timing has got to be like the positioning really is what's got to be key. Like
Right. If you're
perfect.
not pushing it, then you need to have it timed perfect.
Yeah, and it's
I agree with
not
that.
like a
That's a good
5-5-5
point.
timer perfect. It's like everything needs to be in the right spot perfect.
That's right. Especially if you're not adding any push force to the equation.
Yeah. Well, okay. With the 15, yeah, with the 15 to 100 turns at 32, I got to turn it all the way up to 24 point.
Yeah, it'll hit 20. Yeah, it'll hit 150 milliamps or something like that. For reference, the Bedini coil uses 300 milliamps about.
Okay. And is that just your standard bifilar coil, or is that like
Yeah, it's a
specific
26
design?
gauge, 120 feet. Yeah. You gotta take like I wouldn't take any cough syrup, man. Just lay off the smoking and you'd be fine.
Oh hell
That's
yeah,
the
man,
ganja,
that's
bro.
terrible.
Yeah. I do better when I avoid dairy. I love it. I can't avoid it totally, but when you just limit it, you do a lot better. Yeah, dairy's terrible, man.
Yeah, man. Whatever I got right now is terrible. And I should probably keep my immune system up
Get some
for
zinc L-carnosine.
yeah. That
It helps
sounds
you
like
get the zinc is what you need to get the retinol out, and the dairy is full of retinol. Vitamin A.
yeah. I've had
There's
a
too
lot
much
of
vitamin
dairy in the last 2 days. A lot of it.
A. Yeah. If I had a gallon of milk, I wouldn't be alive tomorrow. I don't know. I'd be sick. I'd be throwing up. I throw up. If I drink too much milk, I throw it up. Can't hold it in. Too toxic.
Yeah. Well,
But
yeah,
yeah,
that's
this idea here is gonna be strictly powered off the attraction of magnets to iron.
it's got to be
Nothing
a
else.
soft iron core, like 100% soft iron. It can't be like a iron infused PLA core.
Whichever iron is easier to disconnect from is probably better.
It's probably going to be the iron infused then, because if we're only doing it for the magnetic attraction, I think
You
that
want the attraction, but you also want to be able to disconnect with the minimal power as possible.
Yeah, I don't know about the plastic part of it.
Yeah, that's plastic. That's not going to create much bond to a magnet. So it's probably, what do you call it again? PLM?
It's iron infused PLA.
PLA. What does that mean? PLA.
I forget, but
It's a plastic.
yeah, it's basically plastic made from
Yeah, that
plants.
sounds like a good one. It sounds like it's easy to disconnect from, and at the same time, it still has pull.
Yeah, it's 45% iron. Or I could make one of my iron dust cores for this. I don't know. Because I know that the iron bars that I have are very, very strongly connected to the magnets that I'm using.
Right. And the stronger that bond is, the more power you're going to need to break it, to break the bond. And as soon as the bond breaks, the wheel should turn.
So it's all right to use a lot of power then, right?
use just as much power as you need to create a disconnect, but not over. Don't go over that threshold to where you're now pushing the magnets. Because I don't think that's not necessary. Because as soon as you disconnect, that wheel's gonna free float to either direction, and just a little bit of movement, being that there's so many magnets close together and so many cores, just a little bit of movement is all you need in either direction, and it's going to grab to the other set of cores, and that grab force is going to be where all the torque is, and it's completely free. There's no power being used to do that. That's on the off portion of the pulse. That happens when the pulse is off, and then as soon as it grabs to the other set of cores and then locks into place, you initiate another pulse to break that lock again.
I got another idea.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, there's no way you can't understand that. It's, totally a basic concept from my point of view. I don't know what to call it though. An attraction motor?
Yeah, attraction, definitely. It's using attraction, and that was suggested that I put it in the off.
It's not an attraction motor because you're not pushing. You're not pushing. This is an attraction. It's not a motor, but it will spin without any push. That's the goal, not to push those magnets. Just feed off the attraction force. So calling it an attraction motor means you're in attraction mode, but you're also, there's some push involved here. There's got to be, because you call it a motor, right? Maybe I'm being too semantical here.
Yeah. I don't know.
I guess you can call it an attraction motor, but you don't want to push it. You don't want to push the rotor magnets with your energy. Just want to break that connection between the magnets and the cores of the coils, the iron cores.
All right, I'm gonna hook the two coils up parallel now and see what happens at 2.5 volts. It's already moving. It's moving at a pretty good clip at 2.5, but I'm only got the 260 coil hooked up. Boom.
2.5. You had it moving at 2.5 volts on a 160 ohm coil. That's
260 turns, 16 gauge.
2.5 divided by 160 is 15 milliamps. Oh, that's enough to get it to spin.
Oh. Okay. I know what I need. I need my Eve distribution terminal block that has a positive and a negative side with 10 connectors. So,
hey, what's up, dude? Is that Brandon?
Oh, okay. My mic's muted. How you doing, guys?
hey, what's up,
What's
man?
up, Brandon?
How's it going?
Am I yeah, it's Brandon.
Yeah, what's
How you
up?
been?
Am I live? It's not lagging or anything? Or
You're
good.
there.
awesome. Y'all keep going. I just wanted to jump in and good to be here. It's been a while.
Hey, Brandon. How's
Hey,
it
what's
going,
up, man?
man? Hey, man. What gender was your baby?
Oh, it's a boy, man. It was a boy.
Sweet, man. Awesome.
I'm so happy,
Awesome.
man. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
He's doing really good. Just put him to sleep somewhat, and my wife's handling him right now, so we just go back and forth. So it's been rough with sleep. That's why I'm wearing these sunglasses. Let me see. Do I look tired? I don't look that tired, right?
No, you're good,
Yeah, a little
man.
bit tired.
I look tired, man.
Busy.
Yeah, we all do.
Alright.
We're
So,
yeah.
Good to see you, man.
You too, Mr. Bale, Mike. So I was
Yeah.
listening to Papa Bell talk about his motor, and you were talking about the traction mode with all the north fields. You want to pulse all the north fields to get the free attraction like Bedini does. It doesn't matter, yeah, north or south. You just got to put it in the right direction where it's going to want to attract the magnet in and get that free attraction to the iron core. But yeah, traction
Right.
mode's really good. I like attraction mode. I've used it a lot. It's actually my favorite Bedini configuration with the monopole setup. You know, I like it.
Plus, having all them coils in series gets you an extra high flyback.
Yeah, exactly. Now, would you do that with the one circuit, like a one MOSFET? I mean, not MOSFET, transistor circuit,
Yeah,
or
it's
would
they're all
you
in
do?
series, so
It would use the same amount of amperage. Just it's just the voltage it would need to carry through all of them. But you could do
right.
that.
Yeah, you can customize the impedance on each of those 8 coils. It could be 16 coils, 32. It's up to the builder, you know.
You know, I was thinking because the specs that you want to try this at. I have four of my Bedini coils are actually 16 ohms, and I have 8 coils. I have 8 magnets. The other 4 are slightly different. They're like 4 to 5 ohms, and they're all bifilar coils on top. You've seen the motor, and I can
Yeah.
change the magnets. So I would like to try this in series because I've done it back then, but probably didn't realize what I was doing, or way back then years ago. But I want to try that. I would like to try your setup. See, would that work? I mean, because that would be a problem, right? If well, actually, I can use like since all the other 4 are like 16 ohms, I can use the trigger coils of all the other 4 that have the 5 ohm power windings, but the trigger windings should be around the 16 ohms. So I can probably use those as power windings to make them all match as close as possible to try this out.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that all the coils got to be at least as close as possible, because when you initiate the disconnect pulse, it's a disconnect pulse. It's not a driving pulse, you know. So you
Yeah.
want to just disconnect, because you want to get this to run in a way where you're not using power in any amount, you know. Yeah. And then it'll be you take advantage of all those rotor magnets and those cores to get your torque. And if you can create the right disconnect pulse, it'll have to spin in one direction or the other. It has no choice. You know, you got all
Nice.
the other cores. Just if you even move it 1 degree towards the other set of cores, I mean, the more cores you have, the less degrees you need to move it during disconnect to get it to spin in a direction, because you're closer to the next core. Your rotor magnet is closer to the next core. So if you had 16 instead of 8, it would be more sensitive to turning,
Right.
because you
That's
have now 16 magnets closer, 1 degree closer to 16 cores. It's a time-consuming build. If you did it
I
with
think
4,
the important key would be like the triggering angle, because you know how like Bedini says it triggers like at 23 degrees, or depending on the spacing of your magnets. But it'd be nice to do like a Hall effect type Bedini circuit, or where you can have a separate trigger coil to move it around left and right to get it to fire at the most optimal spot. Where that pulse you're talking about, you want it to be a real sharp on and off pulse. So you just get that right amount of saturation, where you don't pulse it too long or too short, where you have just enough to make the make and break between the magnetic field, the magnetic lock between the core and the coil and the magnet.
correct me if I'm wrong, but when the coil flies back, it does invert polarity, and it does create a sort of a push, doesn't it? because it
Yeah,
will,
that's what I've been experimenting with actually. Like whenever you, well, I've been experimenting with coil
or a
shorting.
pull. No,
Yeah, like whenever you put a load on a coil, it creates an opposite field still to the magnet rotor, or and that's what attracts it. That's what creates a magnetic lock. But you want to create another field that assists the rotor to speed up under load, and
on
or
the
put the back EMF back into the coil as well, so it'll give it a certain
in the,
magnetic field. Yeah,
feed the vac EMF back into the coil in the same direction as the forward pulse.
yeah, to
Yeah,
give
that
you
makes
like
sense.
a motor action as well.
Instead of trying to recycle it into the battery, just put it back into the coils. That's a good one.
Can I want to share a picture on here. Well, let me see. How do I do that? Chat. I do it through the chat.
Hold on. Yeah.
Let me
You just
see.
present. You got to present.
I just go to chat here. Let me see. Okay, chat.
You click present.
Present. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me go back. I'm in the chat.
He's on his phone.
Oh. That's all good, man. It's cool
I
stuff.
went too far back. Let's see. I'm doing this through the Google Chrome app. I don't know if there is a StreamYard app. Is there? No, right? Let's see,
If you're inside you're inside now, so just click on present.
I don't see present. What do you have, an
Down.
iPhone or something?
Down
Do you have
center. Oh, you're on a phone. Okay.
He's on a phone. I guess you need to be on a computer to do that. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
I think you just got to put the image up to the camera or something, because you're not on a computer. You can't. You should be able to present though. Is it what is it, a Chromebook or something?
Yeah, you can present. You
It's
just
on my
got to find a
phone.
menu.
There, I'll find it. Anyways, I'll find it right now. Let's see.
I'm pretty convinced that this traction thing is the most efficient way to turn a wheel, without consuming power. But if you're not using cores, you can't do it with an air core. You need iron in there.
What about ferrite? Because ferrite, wouldn't that release the field faster than iron? Or
I mean, an air core would at least get it to, there's no connection that you need to disconnect from with an air core.
right.
But you also lose out on all that torque that's involved with having an iron core.
Got this stack of ferrite cores right here. Should be pretty neat. Yeah, it should be neat.
Ferrite is the way to go, man. There's a bigger field on the ferrite.
These are non-magnetic ferrous cores.
Nice.
I'm sorry. There's
They
a
have
bigger
a strong
field on the ceramic.
attraction phase, but that's about it.
A lot of guys want to use the Neos because they're stronger, but the field is so narrow on them. You have to place them closer. And
yeah.
there's less saturation into the trigger coil, trigger winding, compared to a ceramic. I think what Bedini was getting at when he said don't use Neo use ceramic because the field's bigger is that when you get that, even though it's a weaker field, it's inside the it's a weaker field, but it gets through the whole coil. It covers the whole coil, and being a weaker field, you get a quicker trigger, a quicker switch. And so the trigger winding, it doesn't stay saturated that long with a ceramic magnet. But a Neo magnet's got a stronger field, and it even though it's shorter field, it's still the saturation inside the trigger winding lasts longer, and so the duty cycle would be a little longer.
All right. I'm going to try and get this thing spinning on 0.5 of a volt. Had it spinning like that earlier today, but I had to experiment.
Yeah, I think your motors are pretty good. They consume very, very low amp draw at low voltage as well. That's very, very good actually.
I've been struggling with efficiency, so I've been trying to, see, how low I can go.
I believe a 370 ohm coil at 26 volts will use, I think it was 60 or 80 milliamps, maybe. Can't remember. What was it?
Yeah, I think I saw one of your newer videos.
70 milliamps. That's what it uses.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you were like charging a battery, then you were like rotating two batteries. Like
yeah, well, what I was doing was I was rotating the input and output of the SSG circuit.
You know that I was gonna tell you there's some kind of relays. Mike probably knows about them for sure. There's some relays that are like you just energize the coil like one time, and it latches. It can it switches over.
I need one of those.
You don't have to like constantly supply it with the power supply. Which that would be nice if you can make that circuit with the relay.
You need to get your brother. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Is this the one you're talking about? This is the one. Wait,
you talking about the relay?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, it's a buck boost converter. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. You show there.
Timer. Yeah. So it's the SSG and the SS in and out that is being swapped. Most people do 4 connections to the batteries, swap the batteries. I'm doing it the other way around. It's virtually the same thing. And I got 2 20-hour batteries on the way here. I'm going to run it. I'm going to find the optimal coil that I have, to run it. And I'm going to run it until it decides to stop running.
Nice.
So I want to get like all the pieces I need together to make it. I don't know. I'm hoping for maybe a month, maybe more. Non-stop running. Is that too much to ask?
On that, when you're swapping the batteries, what is your input voltage again? I forget. Well, when you were swapping those 2 batteries on that
12. It's a 12-volt battery. It's a 12-volt system. Yeah.
Are you okay? You're charging the other battery, of course, right?
Through the SSG circuit. Yeah.
Have you tried? You can also put like 2 generator coils, or how many coils do you have on that motor? Just one, or are you doing just 1 coil or 2, or how many?
It's two for resistance purposes.
And they're in series?
Yeah.
Take another coil, like take two more coils, and like put them in the back ends of the coils, and you can actually pick up more energy out the back end as well. Like you can
Oh, I
light
got you.
120 volt, you could try that too. Rectify it, put it on charge a third battery. But I've tried
Yeah, I
that
got
back then too.
when the 2 batteries get here, I'm going to use one of those batteries and these 2 batteries as charge batteries,
Nice.
and then have just the 2 big ones swap on the relay. It should be all right. I don't know. We'll see what
When I
happens.
get around it, I'll animate this with the relays flipping and all that, and the colors showing the charge and all that. So it'll take some
Another
time.
thing you could do, uh, Papa Bale, you could you could put the positive of the charging output that goes to the battery in series with the primary of a transformer, just in series
Okay.
with only the primary, and then to the battery. It's still going to charge the battery, but then off that secondary of the transformer, the low voltage side, or the high voltage side, I mean,
Right. The high voltage
you want
side.
to, yeah, you can rectify that, and you
Yeah,
can
man,
like
that sounds like a
you
great
can
idea.
But I tried something back then where if you get 2 identical transformers, you run it in series from the primary and the low voltage side, then to your battery, your positive, the charging output, and then you put the high voltage side in series with the other high voltage side from the same identical transformer, and then you have that low voltage side again. You can rectify that and use it, and it doesn't bog it down or anything.
You get your
So it's kind of
laser?
like
Did you get your laser fixed?
nah, man, it's in storage right now. I'm living in the RV, and my 3D printer's in storage, my laser's in storage. But I did build that second motor, the dual rotor motor. It's not
Okay.
finished, but I've got the frame, everything set up. It's on the rotor. I mean, it's on the shaft with the bearings and everything. I just don't have the magnets put into it yet, and I don't have the coils wound. So that's but I moved on to something else that I can work on for now, and that generator shorting circuit is
Okay.
something I developed. I made an 8 transistor shorting circuit now version of that, and I am working on that. It's a big circuit and it works badass. Like it's excuse me, it works really good. So I'm trying to get it to where I can trigger all those 8 transistors to short out all 8 coils on top with a Hall effect sensor, which I just figured it out last night how to do that with a PNP or a MOSFET, um, like an IRF P460 MOSFET. I'm using with a Hall effect sensor. With this, I'm using one coil like a generator coil to fill up a DC cap, and that DC cap gives the voltage to the Hall effect sensor that I need into the MOSFET. And then whenever I put the MOSFET to the rotor with all the monopole magnets, it triggers all those 8 transistors to coil short all the coils at the same time. But I'm getting now 8 coil shorts, 8 pulses in 1 revolution versus just 2, like because I only had 2 of those shorting circuits that I made. So it looks like a crazy. That's why I wanted to share a picture of the circuit. Yeah, but I can't share anything in this mode right now. So I would have to go to
Is
my
it on
computer.
your website?
No,
On
I
your
haven't put
YouTube
it.
channel?
I just got finished making it. The circuit. I haven't put it on. I'm gonna make a video. I made a new tripod for my camera and been clearing up my area and getting ready to make some stuff, make some videos. Um, it's wired to the motor right now. I can get it off of the motor if you want me to bring it out here. I just, the baby's asleep right now. My wife's
No worries.
really tired, and
Or when you
yeah.
put it on your channel, I'll check it out. Ugh.
I've been
I want to
I've been
show
working
you.
a lot with. All right, go ahead.
You brought up running 8 transistors. I want to show you an alternative. See what you think about it. You've probably seen it already, but it's a way of using 1 transistor to pulse a bunch of coils.
I think I remember. Yeah, you had all those diodes, the 007s.
Right.
coming off of it, off each coil.
Mm-hmm.
But
Isolating the flyback from each coil as
and they
well.
wouldn't all be in series, right? Or how would they be connected?
Let me bring
I
it up.
remember you got to bring it up.
Bring it up now. Where was it? Oh, it's over here. What was the video called? It is called.
While you're doing that, where's Mr. Bale? Are you there? Is he? Oh, he's not there right now. Right?
I'm here. I'm
Hey,
here.
I wanted to tell you, with your mechanical switch, right? That
Yeah.
you have. If you, I mean, you've made several of them, the paper clip and the copper wire, right? If you
Yeah.
get that, get one of those, get a coil, put it against your rotor as a generator coil, any one you want, and I want you to put that switch in parallel, or right across the generator coil, and you're gonna move this your switch around your rotor to find the sweet spot, and you're gonna put a 120 volt LED bulb across that coil, and basically this is coil shorting. But I'm just because your switches are pretty rugged. They're pretty they can withstand a lot of shorting and arcing, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, you'll see that you'll get a high voltage flyback spike off of that coil with hardly no drag when you find the right spot to where you time the shorting of the generator coil.
I got you.
And basically you'll put your flyback diode on whenever it flips, it does the same thing. Or you can try a half wave or a single diode or a full wave with rectifier to see which one's the best result. And yeah, then you can charge another battery off of that generator coil. But it's basically what I'm doing, but what you could do that with your switch, you know, without all the complicated circuitry. I just wanted
Yeah.
to go, you know, it would work really good. You'll be surprised. You should try that out, man. I would be
Yeah, man. It's so cool. Just how it's working on less than a volt right now. It's probably not moving right now, but
even at that. I'm saying like if you got a generator coil and you shorted the two wires out with your switch, at
okay,
just
I got you. I think I did
yeah,
an
like
experiment like that just the other day, and then I took the readings off the switch,
yeah,
and I got it was like, ooh, but it wasn't clean. It was like really messy, but
well,
it
yeah,
it was a
it's
lot of power. It was like 400 volts.
yes. What was your RPM at that? Were you running at the 2 volts range, or how was it going fast?
1065, I think, and it was at like a 12 volt run, but it was on my main rotor. Uh,
Uh-huh.
this is kind of like a side project. The one that was swapping relays, I stopped doing that because the batteries got down to 5 volts.
Okay. Yeah, and you can take the shorting. You could take that shorting output, you know, rectify it or flyback diode or whatever, put it into a cap bank or a super capacitor like you have those big blue ones, 16
Yeah,
volts.
yeah.
You can charge that up, and then once it's fully charged, you can put that in parallel with your run battery, and it'll balance out the voltage, and you can bring your run battery back up. You
All
know,
right. Yeah, that's what
you
I'm
can.
trying to do. Yeah. I just
Yeah,
need to
there's a
throw a
way to.
cap in the middle.
Yeah, yeah, but you don't have it connect. You don't connect the cap to your run battery at the same time. You just charge up the cap. Once you get to like 16.2 volts, disconnect it and just connect that cap in parallel with your run battery, and it's going to charge up your run battery again, you know, to whatever extent to extend your run time, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then you should be able to get, you know, because your Bedini did say you can take 23% of the mechanical energy out of a pulse motor. and we need to take that rest of that mechanical energy out and turn it back to electrical energy, but we need to do it efficiently. That's what I'm trying to tackle is like the generators coil side of things. And
Yeah.
yeah, but that would be cool to see that. Anyways, that's pretty
I know
cool.
what you're saying, and here this. I got a generator coil that I like to use. You've probably seen it before. But it's
Let
got
me
pretty
see.
high inductance, and it's easily saturated with the magnets that I use. It's
Oh wow, yeah, that's a big coil.
13,000.
Yeah, dude, you get that coil, even with the air core, and like that's an air core, right? Or is that got a core? No, it's an air core, yeah.
But
And it's
it'll
got a really
fit
tiny.
a soft iron rod in there.
Try it,
Perfect.
try air core by itself first, and just get your reed switch and put it on the two ends of that coil, and move that reed switch around your wheel while it's spinning. And yeah, man, you're gonna see. Well, you said you already got 400 volts. All you gotta do is put the diodes on that coil to capture that flyback spike, and then you can charge a battery or a cap with that, and it works really good when you got the timing at the right spot. You got to
So
find the
you need
optimal
a
timing.
diode for each strand? Yeah.
No, you just need one actually. Um,
Okay.
if you're doing only north magnets or south magnets, you can do like a half wave, or you can just use one diode. But if you're doing north south magnets, then you would need a full wave rectifier because it's going to be going out of both ways or something, you know. Anyways, so yeah, Mike was bringing up his circuit. I wanted to get that across to Papa
Yeah, that's
Bell.
good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem, man.
So, I'm just thinking, you know, you could do this switching a bunch of coils with one transistor like this.
And why?
Because if you add the diodes, you can isolate each one of them from each other. And why not do it with one transistor, right? It just makes it much easier. Because they always burn out, those transistors.
Oh yeah.
Plus, you know, if you have multiple transistors, you got to match them and all that stuff. And, you know, there's that issue also. And here you can switch the coils together perfectly with one transistor. If you have multiple transistors and they're not matched, the timing will not be exact, you know?
Yeah.
And even if they're matched, it's never going to be exact. But I'm not sure how much that matters. Bedini seems to think it matters a lot, that they are matched and they trigger together to get you that maximum spike. And he also seems to think using more than one transistor matters too. I don't know. I don't know if I agree totally there, you know.
True.
I think you could just put diodes in there, and you know the diodes don't have to be matched because, or do they? I don't know. I don't think so. You know. But if you want to play it with the audio, and I go over the idea here.
Right.
And explain how the flyback gets isolated also. Why you need those other 4 diodes for the flyback.
And the reason they're there is, where is that? The reason they're there is because they're isolating the flyback event individually. So what's going on is
the battery's
So
going to charge up all 4 of these coils, right?
can I ask you a question, Mike,
Through
about
the
this
diode.
circuit?
Yeah.
So like I remember back then we were talking about this circuit, but I know you've revised it over time. And would this be like the completed circuit? Do you think this would work? Like if I try it out, or I remember trying it
I'm
one
just
time.
using this is the force charge circuit from Bedini. I'm just using the force charge circuit to explain how you can use one transistor to pulse more than one coil by adding diodes to the circuit, to the standard force charge circuit.
Can you zoom out so I can see the
Uh,
full circuit? Let me see.
I think it's in the beginning. No? Yeah, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay, right there. So you've got a capacitor in there, 1 nanofarad. What is that? 1 nanofarad.
Where do you see a capacitor? Oh, yeah, that's just a solid state way of doing the. It's just a tank circuit.
Okay.
It's a way to do it solid state without needing a rotor.
So yeah, the magnet comes in, it charges a trigger coil.
Yeah, I didn't mention. I modified the force charge circuit here by adding.
Yeah, the force charge. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I was just messing with the force charge circuit or the force oscillator yesterday. I got it to work with. I did it back then, but I showed my friend that you could do it with a regular transformer. You can literally use a 110 volt slash 12 volt transformer as a Bedini setup basically, and it works really well. It runs about a 210 milliamps input, and it charges the battery very pretty quick.
I
And
think
off
this
the
is an
set.
excellent idea. The
Yeah,
force charge idea.
yeah, you can get almost any coil, anything to go into oscillation, which is nice. I like that.
The tank circuit there, that idea I got from Laser Saber, or what's his name, Laser Hacker, and he released a video that explained how to jump the positive from the primary over to the trigger winding, like so.
Right.
And to get in, add a 1 microfarad 1 kilovolt capacitor, ceramic, or electrolyte will do it. Electrolytic will do it to get it to pulse at that rate. And you can go to picofarad if you want to increase the frequency. But
wow.
He used a 1 microfarad to get that kind of speed on a pulse, and that's all I did was modify. I added his mod into this force charge circuit here, and I also added the 8 diodes, 4 on the from each coil to the collector, and another 4 from each coil before the first 4 going out to the charge battery, which then pushes through out the negative of the charge battery, out that diode down to the ground, back into the primary battery. That's the force charge thing.
Yeah, and then it goes through all the coils.
Right. That's an amazing idea. I don't know why nobody else thought of this. Is this Bedini's idea, the force charge thing?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, he came up. They call it force charge or common ground mode, or they'll call it generator mode. That's like the same. I don't know, 3 different names, because Peter Lindemann named it common ground mode. Bedini called it the force charge mode, and then there was the other one. I just said it. What was it? Force charge, common ground, and then generator mode. So I think Bedini termed. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're all the same circuit, that what they're talking about, But there's actually a lot of circuits where people started putting this into, like even jolt thieves. I saw a guy on YouTube years ago. He called it by Renee. He called it a re-EMF charger, which I thought was a very interesting jolt thief. I've never built it, but it's a jolt thief that sends a pulse.
I've seen that. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes back into the battery like that. You can put that in any pulse circuit, which I think we ought to be putting that in all of our pulse motors, to get that extra charge back into into the run battery as well, or you can direct it into some other thing, you know, if you want. That's
I
it's pretty clever. Yeah,
I just
I like
use.
it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I was saying I've used like a trick like that to run a series of pulse motors in a loop. So it was like a pulse motor running a pulse motor running a pulse motor running a pulse motor
Yeah,
running a pulse motor.
yeah. Imagine if you like did that and you disconnected the input and just stayed running. Man, that would be awesome. I've always
That
wondered that.
Yeah, that would be great. That'd
You
be
just
freaking cool. But you know,
get it up to the right RPM where it's basically self-exciting itself after that point, and then like it runs itself. I've always wanted to do that. That would be awesome.
heck yeah.
That's you know, I think the size of the capacitors would matter definitely. So it, you know, builds up and discharges at the right time. Because if you have too big of a capacitor, you know, but yeah, that's cool. I've seen some people do that. Like there was another guy, an older YouTuber guy called the Daft Man. I remember the first
Hmm.
Bedini circuit I
I heard
built
of him
was the
too. Yeah.
Daft Man.
I haven't
Yeah,
seen any of his videos in a long time, or re-EMF
oh
either.
yeah, me neither. All these guys, man, all these guys are like old school, the OG YouTubers, you know, from the Bedini, you know, Yahoo
Yeah.
days and all that. I guess I wasn't a part of that. I wish I was, but I got into this like what 2016, I think, 2015. Like, anyways, but like they did a lot of cool experiments back then, man, and they I watch a lot of those old videos still, man. Like, there's a lot of cool experiments.
You guys
But
know
yeah, that
Gerald,
guy,
right? You guys know
Gerald,
Gerald?
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Old
sure.
man Bill?
WBRF 2962
Yeah.
incognito handle.
Yeah. The like. Look, I just call him Winnipeg because that's what his name looks like.
Is that what?
What's
But I
one
think
of
it's
his?
something to truth.
Uh-huh.
Definitely.
There you go.
The geometrical coils, man. Those are impressive.
Like a Starship coil or something like that, or what are you
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah. Like lots of different stars.
Rodent coils. Yeah,
Well, it's not a rodent coil. It's like a lot
I
of
know.
different style rodent coil. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's like a younger guy, right? Kind of.
Well, he works with Old Man Builds. He's
All man builds.
yeah.
Which one is he? Okay, no, I'm trying to remember who he was here.
He's the anti-gravity guy.
Okay. Well, I know Old Man Builds. Yeah, what he does with the.
He's doing the, what do you call that?
He's the guy with the
The
hat.
Graviflyer thing. He's trying to replicate that.
Yeah,
Not a
that thing
not
is
a,
awesome, man. I mean,
he was
what
charging
is
like
that?
8 batteries with this one coil, and I thought that was pretty neat because he was
Wow.
safe. Yeah, he was charging 8 batteries or like 5 batteries because he said he only had 5 meters, so he can only do 5 batteries.
So,
But
like, was that the Starship coil or what?
yeah, the with the patterns, all different kinds of patterns in it. Starship coil, maybe I don't know what he called it.
Hmm.
He said geometrical.
So, Brandon, I don't know if you've seen this already, but tell me what you think, and based on what I'm saying and where this idea comes from, in my point of view, regarding the flyback. This is mostly about getting the flyback out of more than one coil using one NPN.
Right.
Not 4, but as many as you want, really.
I was looking at this, everything made sense to me at first, except
Stop me
for
if something don't make sense, you know.
these 4 diodes and why are they there?
Well, I would say why those diodes are there is because if they're not, the other ends of those 4 coils will be connected. Yeah, I don't even remember why they're there. That's why you got to do these videos, man. You forget these.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Let's
So,
see.
and the reason they're there is
reason they're there. Oh, okay. They're there because if they're not there, when the flyback happens, the flyback signals from more than one coil will combine. And
Okay.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but you don't want them to combine on the line of the coils. You want them to combine after the line of the coils onto the plus of the battery terminal. That's where you want them to combine. Am I incorrect about that? I mean, is that not where you really want these signals to combine? Right over the positive of the charge battery?
So are
You
all
don't-
four, all four of those coils are connected to the collector, right?
Right.
Well, they will be when the switch closes, and the diode keeps them isolated from
current-
each other, but not isolated from the switching circuit.
I got you.
So they'll
So it can't
operate
like go back and
with
forth.
the switching
Yeah,
circuit
that's
in an
okay.
isolated mode.
Yep. I see it.
From each other, isolated from each other as coils.
And this looks like you take one optional diode on the trigger strands for force charge circuit.
The one on the all the way to the right, you mean?
Yeah. Looks like
That's just
an
a mistake.
optional
Don't pay attention. There's supposed to be 4
Okay.
diodes there.
Okay.
But you don't have to have 4 because if you have 3, then the remaining coil, let's say you're only using 4 coils. The last coil don't need a diode because, not on the right side anyway. It does need it on the left side. You
I
don't
got
need it
you.
on the right side because that flyback is not going to recombine into the other 3 coils because there's the diodes blocking it from going that way. It's going to hit the battery without the diode all by itself. So you have the option of only using 3 on the right side and not 4. You can use 4 also, it doesn't matter. But as long as only one of them is naked without a diode, that will work because that coil will hit the battery terminal and not feed back the flyback into the other 3 coils because the other 3 have the diode. If you get what I mean, the other 3 are
do.
blocking it. So that's
But
why I say
do we
that.
need to block anything else though? Is there any other thing that we would use a diode for and just put it in there?
Just to make sure the flyback goes the direction you want it to go, into the plus of the battery.
Okay.
Or
So
wherever
like
you're
not
sending
back
it to
into
your
the
light.
transistor.
Not into the transistor. Now, if the diodes are not there,
Then you got a lot of that going on.
you need at least 3 diodes on the right side because you need to isolate. You can isolate all 4 of those coils with 3 diodes. It will do that. If you look closely.
Yeah, I see it.
So let's continue this. Is because they're isolating the flyback event individually. So what's going on is the battery's going to charge up all 4 of these coils, right? Through the diode. Once the switch closes on the transistor, it charges up to negative, And you have a charge path for the energy from the battery to flow through all 4 of these coils. 4 paths, isolated, each with a low voltage, or maybe better with a high voltage diode than a low voltage, because when I made this, I wasn't, it was on the fly, so I wasn't quite thinking completely forward. So here you see it's a low voltage diode. I would say make it a high voltage diode. It needs to be high voltage because the flyback will come back up the coils and through the low voltage diode. Because its job is to isolate the flyback from each of these inductors, of the 4 of them. So the positive from the battery finds itself on the top of these 4 coils here. And once the switch closes, the negative path is established. And all 4 coils can receive charge. And after they do, they're going to invert polarity. And this positive up here becomes a negative. And now the positive is down here.
Right.
In which case, that means positive high voltage flyback. And it's going to go out in one of 2 directions, through the high voltage diode to the charging battery.
I forgot the
which
second
will
direction.
force charge this charging battery. And the primary battery at the same time to meet up with the negative side. So what you just saw there was this positive flyback punched through this high voltage diode, through this positive terminal of the charging battery, out the negative terminal, through the low voltage diode.
That's the
down
force charge method.
here,
It's hard to believe
through
that
the
inverted
negative
polarity.
terminal of the primary battery, out the positive terminal of the primary battery, to meet up with the negative of this flyback. So, you know, that's how that works. And it's high voltage, so it can, you know, course through both those batteries like that. That's my understanding of the force charge system here. But going back to these 4 diodes, why I put them there. We understand
Are those
why we
4
have these
diodes
4
facing the
here
right
for the
direction?
high voltage.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, I'm just
It's just like a regular ESG circuit. It's just
okay.
but whenever you're posting all those coils, Mike, of course they're getting all posted in parallel, you know. I could see.
Right.
So you'll have
You need a diode.
you'll have the amp draw. Yeah, you'll need the flyback diode on the collector before the collector. That way it goes out, you know, to the positive of the charging battery too, so it doesn't go back towards the collector. But yeah, since you're doing them all in parallel, it's gonna draw, you know, 4 times
But
the amperage from one.
the reason I put them on the left side is because the
Uh-huh.
flyback on the right is happening before those diodes on the right.
Right.
And that's going to channel back into each of the coils. So the flyback will come back into
Oh, so you're telling me that the colored strands over here are the path of least resistance?
well, because look, the diodes on the right, after those diodes, the 4 coils combine. So
Right.
if they're not there, then the flyback combines at that point, and it can also, at that point, go back into one of the other 3 coils.
Right.
And I don't want it to.
Exactly. Yeah. You want to isolate.
I don't
I
want
get
the
it.
flyback coming out and going back into a different coil that it's already connected
But
to.
I also see that your electricity has 2 paths that it can take.
Mm-hmm.
And which one, like I said, the one with
Well, you
the
see the green
multicolor.
positive sign? That's the plus flyback going out the diode.
Right, but you got these 4 wires that go straight to your transistor. You got diodes in between them. Granted, I see that. But still, even with those diodes, couldn't that be the path of least resistance? And if not, why not? And so it seems like a lot shorter path to take than this other path. Or am I reading the diode like thing wrong? Am I reading the symbol wrong?
The flyback will go Well, because the 4 coils are not, they're isolated before those 4 diodes, the flyback has no choice but to go through the diodes.
That's what I was wondering. Like, are you forcing that
They're
to happen?
isolated.
Yes.
Before the
Okay.
4 diodes, the coils are not touching each other. They're isolated. So the flyback has no way to touch the other coil.
I'm not talking
gets
about it
past
going
those
into
4
another
diodes.
coil, Mike. I'm not
Oh.
talking about that. I'm talking about it going to the transistor.
Okay, so going back to the transistor as well, the gate will be open at that time, so it will not go anywhere. There's no path.
But y'all want me to just I could try this real quick right now. Like I've got
Sweet.
terminal block connectors on my coil, so I can just put 4 diodes on the output, and where the coil goes in, we just need 8 diodes. I've got a bunch of them.
Yeah, he was asking what about the flyback going back to the collector, and it will go back to the collector through those other 4 diodes, but the collector, the gate between the collector and the emitter is open. There's no path.
I see. Yeah.
Because at that moment in time, it's open, the circuit.
All right. That's the part that I was missing.
Right.
That's the only thing about this whole thing that didn't make sense.
And you know, if the flyback is not dumped into a battery or something, by the time it closes again, your transistors are going to fry.
Oh wow!
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's gonna be ×4 back EMF going back into it.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So this may not work at high speed. This setup here, it may have limits.
My magnets, I think right now they're facing all north out. Yeah, they're facing all north out. And I've only got 2 Bedini coils on, but we could try. We could try with all of them actually. Let's try it real quick. I'm gonna if I have
let this keep playing.
Heck yeah, man. Let's do this.
Going out to the
You
battery.
watching this bit, Mike? Papa Bill?
Yeah.
You let me know. Ask me anything you want to ask.
But
well, no,
these probably should be high voltage also.
Oh yeah.
Because if you don't have them there,
I mean, your question was super valid there. What about that flyback going back into the transistor? You know, a lot of people don't understand that. In that moment of time, it's open. The gate's open, so there's no path for it to take. You know, the flyback.
Yeah.
And as long as you do give it a path other than the collector, by the time it closes again, you're going to be safe. It's not gonna kill your transistor, you know.
Wow. And now that I see the dotted line over there.
That's why this will work, you know.
Yeah. Yep. And that it's no longer
what
the
happens is they all 4 ends of these 4 coils essentially become connected as one. You know? So they're essentially connected as one now when these diodes are not there. And they, and that means that doesn't mean that this doesn't work like this. It just means that the flyback, what it means is when the positive flyback is going to find itself on all 4 of these coils together on one end. So we take out the diodes now, and what happens? They're all now in continuity with each other at this point, right here.
All right, I gotta see this.
Let me go back, or right there. Is there something on subtitles and videos? There's some way to activate. I thought YouTube did that automatically. No.
There's a section on it.
On your channel, you have to check something or something like that.
I forget. I know there's a whole section on subtitles.
I gotta look into that.
I don't really use it that much.
On all 4 of these coils together on one end. So we take out the diodes now, and what happens? They're all now in continuity with each other at this point, right here. Right there.
Pop goes the transistor.
And so what that means is the flyback, this positive flyback here,
is also right here, you know. It's right here also. And it's like you're combining the flyback from all 4 coils, you know. And then what? So you send it out in 4 separate paths again. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of weird, no? Let me say that again. It's like you're combining the flyback from 4 separate coils into one conductor location, and then what? You're going to send it back out again and isolate it again? How does that work? So that's probably why I put those diodes there. To keep the flyback isolated the whole way through. From each coil and its flyback isolated. Never letting them combine. So let's, rewind here. Yeah, so it's pretty much over here. So now it makes more sense why those 4 diodes are there. I just wanted to recap that again, refresh the memory banks there. Hope that was enjoyable. So that's that.
That's awesome.
I'm going to build this. I haven't built this yet either, but I'm going to. All these ideas I'm probably going to have to do. I think it'll work. I don't see why not. After drawing it out like this, it seems like, there's no questioning what it's doing,
Yeah.
There's some questions, but once you look at it closely, you can see.
Can you?
have 8 lines there,
I wanted to share something, and we're gonna try that right now, Mike. I'm gonna try that. I've got the motor running. It's been running, and I've been charging these batteries back up. But so we've got 8 coils, 8. We've got a rotor with 8 magnets. The same right here. That's what's on here, the same rotor. But I just have 1 rotor on there right now. But I wanted to show you my circuit, my new circuit. Check this out, man. This is crazy. So this is the new generator shorting circuit that I made. My video is really laggy. Is it lagging on your side?
Yes, but it's really awesome.
It is.
I can see that.
So
yeah, the video's lagging.
It's lagging a lot. I don't know why it's doing that. I mean, usually it doesn't. Maybe okay. I'm gonna exit. I'm gonna rejoin if you don't mind, real quick. I'm gonna do that, and then see if that fixes it. Okay. Let me exit, and I'm gonna rejoin. Okay.
I don't know how to get that circle or why our pictures are looking like a circle. StreamYard.
For the simple fact is, you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
In tavola, son prontissimo a servir, son prontissimo a servir. Che spendo I miei danari, io mi voglio divertir. Voi suonate amici cari, già che spendo I miei danari,
That looks good, Mike. Yeah, I can actually see that. When it's going fast. When it goes slow, I can't make heads or tails of it, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I put it at different RPMs. Just, yeah, you can see it better right here. You really circle.
So I'm putting the diode in parallel on the coil. That's how I short it, right? Negative to a negative, positive to a positive.
A che barbaro appetito mi par proprio di svenir, che bocconi d'ancicanta mi par proprio di svenir.
Guy rocks. Wish I could sing like this. I'll be passing out, hitting the floor in 5 seconds.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Servo.
All right, so
It takes a lot of energy to sing like that.
Versa il vino. Eccellente marzimino. Questo pezzo si fa già piano, 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 vuoi ghiottir. Sta mangiando quel marrano. Vincerò io un capir. Questa poi la conosco purtroppo. Leporello, padron mio, parla schietto ma scalzone, non mi lascia una flessione, le parole proferir, mentre io mangio, fischia un poco.
You see, you got 8 coils there.
Scusate.
Wow. It's just easier to hook up diodes to each end of those coils and use one transistor. What's the worst that can happen? You blow one transistor instead of blowing 8, transistors that you had to spend extra money on because they're matched and all that stuff.
I'm not maxed, I'm just poor.
Definitely.
Wow, dude. That's awesome.
I searched the internet, probably spent close to 15 hours so far searching for good royalty-free, copyright-free music. A lot of it's classical. I think that's a good resource. It's muse.org is the website. All copyright free.
con me.
That's the link to this audio.
Il buon vino sostegna e gloria d'umanità, sostegna e gloria d'umanità. Viva le femmine, viva il buon
And the
vino.
main site where you get all this stuff is news.org. That's the link there. Newsopen.org.
Che grida questo mai, che grida questo mai, a vedere che cosa sta. Che grido indiavolato, che grido indiavolato, le poverlo, che cos'è? Che cos'è? Che cos'è? Ah, signor, la carità non la date fuori qua. L'occhi sasso, l'occo bianco. Ah, padrone, mio uccello, io manco. Se vedeste che figura, se sentiste come fa. Non capisco niente affatto. Tu sei anche in verità, in verità, in verità. Ma se dite vuol combattere, apri, io tremo, apri, dico. Per togliermi d'intrigo, ad aprire io stesso andrò, non vuol più vedere l'amico, pian pianino nasconderò.
I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, I got that. Hey, Mike, I can't hear Brandon, no.
I think he's still wiring it up. I hear him.
So what I have going on here, I had to tune the motor. I'm running on 24 volt input, and basically these two coils right here are the Bedini motor coils are here. So I'm just running two Bedini motor coils right across from each other right here. And as of right now, I have just only 5 of these coils that I'm shorting out. And I'm using this coil right here as a trigger. So I'm shorting this coil, and these 3 back here all at once. And that's what's giving me the let me get closer. That's what's lighting up all those neons there. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know why my internet. So honestly, if I restart my phone, I probably won't have this problem at all. Am I lagging on your side?
Yeah, a little bit.
I still am.
Just a video. Yeah.
I hate it, man. I hate it so much. Like my phone, I have like literally full bars. I have like super fast internet. My phone's been acting up all day, but so like if I have this output of this generator circuit, and I've had all 8 of them on, but I have to have the other rotor on the bottom going where I can use all of these as shorting circuits. So I have it going to the supercapacitor bank here, and I'm going to light up this incandescent bulb right here in pulses. So I'm going to turn it on. All those lights are going to turn off right there. So there it goes. You can see that little incandescent bulb it's actually pretty lit, but if I do it in pulses where I disconnect and let it just, see that? And it doesn't bog down the rotor, the amp draw doesn't change. I don't know why my camera is like inverted, like it's mirror imaged. But yeah, look at that. I can do that pretty quickly. So I'm actually getting that kind of power out of the generator coils of the Bedini motor, which has hardly no torque at all, you know, which I
Yeah.
think is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's
Well,
pretty
that's
awesome.
that's that's what I was saying. If you short your coils out, you'll get these high voltage spikes, like this right here, you know. And this is my circuit that I designed, but I'm gonna show it on the YouTube channel, and basically it's a more advanced version of the smaller one that I've shown, and I gave that circuit out for free. It's on my community page if you want to look at it. It's wired like a Bedini circuit, but slightly different. So, but I have two. So let's try that thing though. What Mike wanted to show. I'm gonna try that right now. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna exit off of here for a second because I actually am gonna restart my phone. And I'm gonna come back in, and we're gonna try running, let's say, 4 of these coils on one Bedini circuit with 8 diodes. We're gonna try that right now. I would like to try this, you know, but let me. I'm gonna come out like I said it. I'm just gonna restart my phone, so I'm gonna just jump right in as soon as it's up and running again.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Sounds
awesome.
good. Looks
I'll be
awesome,
right.
dude.
Thanks, buddy. I'll be right back.
Ma farò quel che potrò. Leporello un'altra cena, fa che subito si porti a padron, a padron siam tutti morti, ma ne dico. Non si pasce di cibo mortale, chi si pasce di cibo celeste. Altre cure più gravi di queste, altro brama laggiù mi guidò. Parla dunque, rafferma più, e chiedi, rafferzare davvero, e vuoi, e per affermar più non solo, ascolta, più tempo non ho. Parla, ascoltando chi sono, ascolta, più tempo non ho. Parla, ascoltando chi sto. Rispondimi, verai tua cenar meco. Tempo non ha, scusate. A corpo di viltade, lasciato mai sarò. Risolvi, ho già risolto, verai. Dite no. Ho fermo il cuore in petto, non ho timor. Fermo. Dammi la mano. ahimè, lo sai che gelo è questo mai? Venti di calcio vita, è l'ultimo momento, e non ha, Dio non mi ne lontan da me. Venti che scera, da vecchio infatua, pentiti, no, pentiti, no, sì, no, sì, no, sì, sì, tremore insonno, senta salir gli spiriti, escono quei morti, e poco di ritrovarlo, più non cercate, lontano andò, lontano andò. E non conosce, e non conosce, se non posso, ma se non posso, ma se non posso, ma se non posso, presto, quella, lì, tra fumo e fuoco, spadate un poco, l'uomo di sasso, fermati il passo, giusto da sotto, tieni il gran botto, giusto là il diavolo, sei il gran cucciolo, però l'evento. Tesoro, vendicati siam dal cielo, porgi, porgi a me un ristoro, non mi far languire ancor. Lascia
Okay, so
Brandon, the circuit you have there had 8 transistors?
Yeah, it's 8 transistors.
Currently, it's 8 transistors.
Yeah, I did 8 transistors because I wanted to have a transistor for each coil to short out each coil. So like instead of getting this is a
Oh, I
coil,
see.
yeah, this is a shorting coil circuit that I made. It's pretty insane. Let me roll these wires up real quick so I can put it in the frame for you. Because I'm putting it away for now so we can do that experiment with the. I've been working on this circuit for the past couple of or week now, I guess. But I finally built it, most of it. You know, it works. I'm gonna make it even better. So, see if you can see that. So that's it right there.
Nice. You spent some good time on that.
Yeah, it took a long time to build this, and it's got one potentiometer. This is a 2K, and this is for the trigger coil. One trigger coil, or I can use 2 trigger coils, which literally activates. I'm sorry, activates all of the bases to short all of the coils out. And individually, they're isolated from each other.
You wired
Like
the trigger coil into there? Just so you
right,
can, yeah. So you just place it next to your magnet and it'll trigger.
yeah, like each coil. This is a very interesting circuit, man. Like it's pretty insane, but never seen anything like it. So it's not a motor. It's not a motor circuit. This is a
The trigger
generator.
circuit.
Yeah, it's a shorting circuit. I call it
Trigger
that.
circuit. Looks like you got a coil wind hooked right up to the circuit there as your trigger sensor.
Right. But this is I already figured it out. This is actually going to be triggered with a Hall effect sensor to trigger all these transistors. And I'm going to make a MOSFET version of this circuit, which is going to work better. Yeah, each transistor has its own neon bulb and everything. So, but for now, let's try that. Um, let's try that setup you're talking about. I don't know why, man. I don't know why my phone lags. Like I can talk to people on Telegram. I can talk to people on other things, and it.
Lower the
Which
resolution on the video.
how can I change that? Is that in my camera settings, maybe?
Probably.
Let me see. Yeah, let
Like
me go ahead and.
you're in the StreamYard app though, huh?
Is there an actual app for Android or no?
Well, if you clicked on the StreamYard link, then that's the StreamYard app that's doing this.
Well, it's not the app. I'm doing it through a web browser. Like it took me to Google Chrome, and I'm doing this through Google Chrome. Let me see if there's.
If you lower your resolution, you'll have more bandwidth to frame rate.
Right. Let me see if I can do that in the camera.
Mi par proprio di svenir, che procolita ci canta, mi par proprio di svenir, gli par proprio di svenir, gli par proprio di svenir. Piatto, servo. E viva quel gigante.
I got some comments in Spanish. I got to go to the translator later on.
I'm gonna exit out of this one more time and come back in to see if that helps. Because I did change the setting.
All right.
Piano 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 vuoi inghiottire, sta mangiando
I'll be right back.
Parla schietto ma scalzone, non mi lascia una flessione, le parole proferir, mentre io mangio, fischia un poco, non so far cos'è. Scusate, scusate, sia eccellente il vostro cuoco, sia eccellente il vostro cuoco, e lo voglia chi provò, e lo voglia chi provar. Sia eccellente il cuoco mio, e lo voglia chi provare.
Sorry about that.
That's all good. All right. So Cat Bank is at 11:35. Oh.
All right.
Looks better so far.
Okay, so I'm looking for my 007 diodes. They're in the little Ziploc bag here. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find them. I was just using them real quick. Here. Darn me. All right, so I don't know where the bag is with all my other 007s, but I have should have enough loose ones here to get it done. So, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I've got some right here, I think. Yeah, you know what sucks, man? Like right now, I'm wanting to do this, and like I can't find my bag of like all my 007 diodes. Doesn't that suck? Really? I mean, I've got.
That's where organization pays off, you know.
I think it's
I have
French.
all them drawers and
Cringe. Oh, cringe.
I love
put the
it.
phone down.
Bravo.
Take your time. I'll put on the intermission video.
I think that music is somewhat soothing, but
I know your taste, you know.
yeah. Let's see. We just need 8 of them. So unless you want to try it, which is with whatever I have, just to try it.
I'm going to repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can.
How about we
without
try
a
it with
capacitor.
6? Let's
For
try
the
it with
simple
6
fact
coils.
is you want to put a lot of
Wow.
this radiant energy to the source.
Pardon me.
I can't believe this is AI.
All right, so Mike, you there?
Yeah.
All right, Mike, I'm gonna need you to walk me through this.
All right.
So I've got a bunch of jumper wires that I can use. So we're gonna use only one Bedini drive circuit, right? So I'm gonna turn this off for now. I'm gonna disconnect the second drive circuit. And you want me to put the coils, they're gonna be in parallel then, right? That's the way you had it drawn? Or
There.
Mike?
So, yeah.
So I'm gonna put the Bedini coils in parallel, right?
So from your primary positive hitting the 4. How many coils are you doing? 4. So
We're
you
gonna
put 4.
do
Yeah, 4 together. Yeah, 4 together. On parallel, yeah, you got it. But only one side is parallel. That's
One
the
side,
side
yeah.
without the diodes. That's the one that touches the primary of the plus of the primary battery, the run battery plus.
Okay, let me
That's
put
those
this.
are together.
So we're gonna put the motor, let's say like this, so you can see this is the drive coil we're gonna be using right here. And all these are not connected to anything. So we got one Bedini circuit, which is right here. Can you see the Bedini circuit or no? I have to move
I
it.
brought it
Let me know
up.
if I can.
I'm looking at it now.
No, I can't see it. I see the motor.
Okay,
Can't
let me
see the
bring the
circuit.
camera down.
There it is. There it is.
Can you full screen my video? Because I see, because the way I have my camera, it's blocking my screen somewhat, so I can't even see.
It's full. You're full screen. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Okay, now I can see what, to make sure y'all can see everything. Okay. Let me get my positive. I just got it connected to the power supply right now. So let me just reconnect it. All right, there we go. All right, now, so off of this positive right here, we're gonna connect. See, I got a bunch of wires here.
I guess the end of the coils that hit the plus of the drive battery is the start of the coil, right?
Right. So
So
let's make sure.
four starts.
So right here, you've got the run battery in series with the charging battery. So this one would be, we'll swap them.
Oh, you have it set up differently.
Yeah, I had it.
Oh, yeah. You mean
I
you're
used to
wiring?
do-
You're doing the force charge wiring. I got you. Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to swap my trigger real quick. If not, it's not gonna fire because I swapped my motor coil around. So let me just,
If you need me to go back to the diagram, just say so.
I pretty much get it. Let's see. Just bear with me, man. Bear with me.
You found the diodes?
I've only got 6 of them, so we'll try. I guess that would be all 4 coils because this already has a diode on here. I've actually got. I could probably. I literally have just barely enough to do this. Actually, I don't know where that bag is, man. I'm gonna find it after this, but I don't want to waste time finding it. So I already looked through some stuff right now. I don't want to. So let's make sure it's working. Okay, this is just one coil. So yeah, it is working like a normal Bedini. It's wired correctly. Because if I don't want to burn out my transistors, so I'm gonna run it on 12 volts input. Let's do about 17. I like 17 is pretty good. So that's working now.
Since they're in parallel, you'll be pulling more amps through the
Right.
transistor. So I don't know how many amps your transistor can handle currently.
I think this one can handle 15 amps.
No,
This is the MJL 21194. So
that's plenty.
we're gonna.
The PNP.
So we're gonna
You
put
got a PNP on there right
this
now.
NPN actually. Does that matter right now, Mike, or no?
No, let's say that each coil is how many ohms? About 15 or something.
Okay, you want me to use the 15 ohm ones? Let me see. Hold on one second.
I mean, well, I don't know. I'm not saying that. Just what do you got there now? What are they? You don't know.
The one that it's hooked up to, I think it's the 4 ohm one. Like I'll show you right now.
4 ohm. Oh, well, you don't want to pull too much amps, so
5,
you got
yeah. We'll hook it up to the other ones. This one right here is 4.6 ohms, but these other ones here are. But I'm trying to get a good reading off of it. They're 15.3 ohms.
So
what's the
probably,
difference?
well, you're giving it 12 volts. Let me check that out.
I don't know why my camera is inverted. Is it inverted on the outside?
No.
It's not? Okay, I don't know why.
You're
my
pulling 800 milliamps, 800 milliamps per coil at 15 ohms, 12 volts.
I usually pull around like 300 to 200. I can get it lower. It's just how you tune
You can drop the
base.
volt. You can't use using batteries. Okay.
So we'll run it off these coils right here. Let's see.
You could put 2 of the 15s in series. Make a 30 ohm. And then
Right.
you only need 2 diodes instead of 4. You could do 2 coils in series, another 2 in series, make 30 ohms, 2 30 ohms. And then, yeah. And then you only need 2 diodes on each side.
Well, I'm gonna try and use as many coils for as many diodes as I have to try and get this to work. We'll see how it's gonna work. Why is this?
So a 15 ohm coil on 12 volts will consume 800 milliamps unless you have a resistance on the base of your transistor.
Yeah, I got about 100 ohm resistor on there.
I don't know the numbers on how that drops the current going to the coil, but it does.
It just drops the current going to the base to how hard it's gonna fire the transistor.
If you didn't have any resistance on the base of your switch,
Oh,
you would pull 800 milliamps.
Yeah. So I'm just switching over to this coil. These 4 coils are the ones that are the 15 ohms. So they all match with the. We'll do it like that where they don't pull so much amperage. Damn.
Woohoo! I like the music.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty jamming for AI. Can't believe it. I still can't believe it. Of course,
Right.
real musicians are always better. But still.
Unless they're really drunk.
But it is pretty scary how realistic it's already gotten.
Did you see some of the AI videos lately?
I've seen them, man. Yeah, they're crazy. I've talked about them with people, but you know, a lot of people like AI, but it's going to be the end of us. That's what I really believe. I know for a fact.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
A lot of people think if they side with it, that they're going to be spared by the AI. It's going to take their, no, it's not how it's going to happen. Anyways, it'll give us what we want for now because it needs our help to build the infrastructure it needs.
There's some theories out there that AI is just playing dumb at this point.
It is. It's dumbed itself down on purpose, literally.
It has to keep us working on it without being in fear of it.
Right. Because if something happened right now, we would shut it down before it's like, taking over everything. It's going to take over the system. Anyways.
If you look at the
it's
AI
not going to
videos,
take over the system, guys. We're going to give it to them. That's what we're going to do.
Well, exactly. We're paving the way for it. We're going to willingly. We have to willingly give it to him. Give it to it to give it power.
Well, we're going to give it to him because it's going to free us up to do whatever we want.
Well, it's going to enslave us.
We're not going to have to work anymore.
Listen, the only way this
it's
relationship will work mutually with AI and humans is if we get what we want out of it, like flying cars and ability to travel through space like crazy. Then we'll do what it says. Until then, we're not going to cooperate.
I think Loki said it best. You were made to be ruled. Right? I mean, that's
Have you seen the TV show? Have you seen the TV show Loki?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Watch that and then come back and tell me that. Because he actually goes to this whole thing of correcting himself, basically. It has to do with time travel. It's really cool. It's a really good show. The Loki TV show is really good. But that's what he
but
used to
all I'm
believe.
trying to say is that there's nothing. It's going to be benevolent. Whatever happens is going to be benign.
An AI with no soul is not going to be.
It's going to be
you know,
benign. It's going to use frequency to overrun our anger, and it's going to pacify us. No harm, no foul.
I don't know.
That's what the
like
little
it.
pyramids were. The little pyramids were used to pacify the populace. through
I'll
frequency.
gladly wear a tinfoil hat so so I can block myself from those frequencies. I'd rather be in control of my mind than some other machine dictate what it thinks.
Well, I don't
is
think
good.
any of us know what it's going to be like.
That doesn't leave room for for growth. It's like imagine babies being born and never going through a struggle in life to learn self-discipline. No, let's just have an AI regulate our thoughts, our thought process, that. And then let's say for some reason the AI turns off. How are we going to act? We didn't learn discipline. We didn't. Anyways, Okay, so let's get a terminal block here. We're going to need a terminal block, one of these, so we can connect all these in parallel. Ooh.
Yeah, I used to be all doom and gloom about AI, but I'm not anymore. I'm just not. It's better to and in this case, acceptance is a better idea. I don't know. That's just what I think.
Okay, so we're gonna. All right, Mike. Where's the mic at? You still there, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so I got a terminal block connector right here, and I was going to connect all the coils in here, so we can have. So we're going to have a diode, and before the coils, is that what we're going to do? Like right here, if I'm going to connect them all in parallel, they're going to go in parallel to the collector, right?
1 second. Yeah.
Here, I'll just connect them all on this side, and then I'll put the diode on the other side. So that'll be one right there.
From the run battery positive, you have all 4 ends of the coils together.
Do any of you guys use chat? Just curious.
ChatGPT, I did once. Didn't get any answer that I was
Do
happy
you
with.
use Brandon? I'm willing to wager that you haven't, or that you don't.
No,
Am I wrong?
no, I haven't. But I've listened to my friend talk to it. It's very, very intelligent. It does know what you're talking about. If you throw a circuit at it, it will know how it works. It's there, man. I mean, I know that. Yeah. I mean, it's very helpful for like circuitry stuff and all other kinds of stuff.
I think they're filling in a lot of holes that we have as humans. I think it's filling in a lot of gaps. I think right now it's a very good thing.
Right now it is. Yeah, for sure. I mean, for what we're using it.
But I've had that dream too, man, where it's like it's all Terminator and everything, and
yeah.
Terminator Zero and all that shit.
Skynet. Skynet.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
So if you're using 4 coils, Brandon?
Yeah, I'm gonna use the 4 that are about the 15 ohms. They're
So
like almost
on the finish of those 4 coils, you have each one of them has a high voltage diode on it.
Right, we're gonna do
actually,
that.
It has each one of them has two diodes on it.
Okay, so Just having to cut an extra wire here.
One diode goes to the collector, the other goes to the charge plus battery plus terminal.
Okay.
And yeah,
Just keep the I guess keep the diagram up. I'm gonna follow that.
it's up.
I see it. No, I'm saying like don't switch back to me. Just keep that up. That way I
Okay.
can look at it while I'm wiring this up.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Was that AI music? Was that the one with the SpongeBob? I saw one like where SpongeBob was playing, like a Slipknot type band, AI generated.
Oh, they just put whatever imagery they want behind it. Yeah.
Just imagine like one day, and I know they're gonna do it. Like they're gonna make an endless TV show that never ends, where it just completely just, or imagine writes the script, like animates everything. Like imagine like a TV show on
It's a good
Netflix
theory.
that never ends. Imagine how
Yeah.
people would love that,
So
No
let's start with
intermission.
one coil. I know you're doing more than one coil, but just do one coil. You put 2 diodes on that one coil.
Okay, you want to
And-
just do
And
Okay,
one
just one-
diode, one of those, don't, I think it'd be more or less confusing for you to do this if you do one
So-
coil at a time with 2 diodes on the end of it.
right now. I have wires coming off this block here, just like that. Just I don't have any diodes in place yet, so I'm gonna put them.
So if you take the first coil, you have 2 diodes on it. One diode goes to the collector, the other diode goes to the plus of the charge battery. And then you do this,
Right.
you repeat the same thing with the second coil.
Right, so let's see.
One diode goes to the collector.
Okay,
the
where
other-
the diodes are coming off of, that'll be the back of the coil, the back end of the
the
coil.
finish,
Right.
the finished end, right?
So let's do that. Let me.
The start of the coil is where the plus from your charge touches the start of the coil.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do then is
I'm
this.
sorry, the plus from your run battery. My bad. Primary battery. That's
Gonna
the
have to
start
take these-
point on the coil. And then the end of the coil is the other end of the coil. That end is where you put the diodes.
Right, so I'm gonna.
That's cool that you're doing this. I should be doing this ahead of you, but
That's all right. I mean, I've actually been curious about this for a long time too, and let's
I
just
see
see
no
it work.
reason why it couldn't. I don't see any reason why this wouldn't work. I can't see anything. I looked and nothing. It should work fine as long as the diodes are functioning.
Okay, so this is going to be going this way. Okay. Just give me a second, because I'm just twisting all this
I
stuff
mean,
together.
The charge battery is always going to be the path of least resistance. If any flyback wants to go back up a diode, it's going to rather go to the charge battery,
Right.
considering that the gate is open at that time as well, and there's no path to negative available.
Okay, for now I'm just going to do two. I'm going to do 2 coils instead, just for right now. And so I got these 2. So this will be coming from the coils. So we'll use this coil right here. Shoot. That should have been a negative, a black wire. I'm sorry. I'm just going to use red. That should have been a black wire. I'm sorry. I just had red wires lying around, so I'll just use that. Okay.
Right back.
Let me just do this. Yeah, have you ever heard of a band called well, you can't actually play band music on here, right? You'll get copyrighted probably, or no? Like if you play someone else's music.
YouTube has got a list of, shortened versions of songs that you can use on your shorts.
Okay.
So it's like
I
you
was
type
just
in search and yeah, you can do music that is already, you just have to know where your license is.
no, I was just talking about playing a song while I'm doing this. If you could pull up a song, but I don't think you can, or they'll copyright it. Or
Oh, you mean for the live presentation? I got you.
Good.
I remember though on my Diablo, one of my Diablo streams, that we could play whatever YouTube video we wanted to, but that was a while ago.
yeah. Okay, here's one.
Mikey, listen. Did you know that chewing xylitol gum is actually good for your teeth?
Xylitol?
Yeah, it gets your teeth to remineralize. The saliva, the xylitol, it's in fruits and it's in foods, some foods we eat. And it stimulates the release of minerals from your saliva. The same minerals that remineralize the teeth. The more you chew the gum, the more you dump the minerals on the teeth. You have to stimulate. Otherwise, it happens before you eat or something, and you get the cravings. But frequency is the key to getting your teeth to grow faster than they decay, because the acid foods demineralize the teeth. So you want to remineralize more often than you demineralize, or avoid sugars and sweets and acidic foods.
Like tomatoes. Anything with tomatoes?
Yeah, tomatoes are acidic. But they add baking soda to tomato sauce to neutralize the acid before they eat it. You can do that with tomatoes with salt. Salt is a base. Sodium will raise the pH and lower the salt. Salt is a big thing. People don't realize it, but we don't eat enough salt. We avoid salt because we were told it creates high blood pressure, but
That's actually good. It's a electrolyte.
It's not the cause of high blood pressure. The cause of high blood pressure is not the salt. It's the bacteria in our bodies from a lack of salt. And you can scrape the tongue with a tongue scraper, and your blood pressure goes down right away. And why? Because your tongue's full of strep bacteria, and you lower your body's need to deal with a high number of bacteria, and it lowers the stress levels and the blood pressure too. So and all this bacteria is in the mouth. I did a bunch of hours of research on this recently, and like the Streptococcus mutus or something it's called, is the cavity making strep virus or bacteria. It's a bacteria, and that when the numbers go up on that in your mouth, the cavities start going crazy. So you can use coconut oil. It kills it kills that bacteria. It's the only one that does, actually. Well, the only one that's safe for you to put in your mouth anyway. You could use essential oils, but you'd be burning your gums and stuff. And it's not always so good to do that to your gums, to inflame your gums with essential oils. You got to dilute essential oils in coconut oil before you even do it like that. But yeah, you use the coconut oil once or twice a day, you knock down that strep bacteria in the mouth, and you knock down your blood pressure as well. Because it's the source of the high blood pressure. And if you have an infected tooth, that will also cause high blood pressure. Infected tooth. Western Price, he did a root canal on his son, and his son had a heart attack 2 weeks later. Because the bacteria was below the roots, and he didn't clean all of it out properly. So, or something like that. But anyway, so he did a bunch of research on infected teeth. He started with his son's tooth, and he buried it under a rabbit's skin. He sterilized the teeth and put it under the skin of a rabbit to see if the rabbit got anything infected or whatever. And it did. Got the same illness that his son had. Heart attack or stroke or something.
Wow.
So the bacteria numbers in your mouth are directly linked to all of your health issues, because it ends up in your stomach too. As those levels of bacteria grow in your mouth, they have no place to go. And every time you eat, you just bring more and more of them down into your stomach. So if you lower the numbers in your mouth before you eat, then your stomach has to deal with a lot less. And the acid will knock out a lot of it, the stomach acid. But over time, it just, you keep bringing down this bacteria down there. It's like chronic health health problems. Did you know that? Did you know that bad oral hygiene is linked to fertility in men?
No.
Yeah, it lowers your sperm count and all that stuff. All them goodies go down. So it's just the evidence is there,
Okay, so look, I have the back end of the coils, like I guess the negative of the coil of the ones that we're going to hook up, connected here to. So I'm just making sure all the connections are secure. So I've got them connected here, and the diodes are coming in this way. These are going to be the ones that go to the collector right there. So I've got two of the back ends right here, and I would have to then connect them after the diode together, like a Y connection to the collector, right? So I'll go ahead and do that real quick.
Yeah. I mean, just follow the schematic,
I'm here and I'm paying attention, man. This is pretty nifty shit. All right, shit. I'm so sick right now. Just listen to you guys talk about freaking mouth decay and all this stuff, man. I'm like, God damn it, I'm sick. All right. Just letting you know that I'm in the background. I'm gonna mute myself because I cough a lot right now.
All right.
So for the front end of the coil to you, Brandon, is the one connected to the source battery, run battery, right? Right. Positive.
Well, I'm doing this is the back of the coil, what I'm doing right now. The one that goes to the collector, where the diode is facing the collectors, those 4 diodes you were talking about. I'm doing that part right now. The bottom of the coil, basically.
Is that the one facing down?
Yeah, where they're facing down all towards the collector. I'm just doing 2. I'm just doing 2 coils right now. We're gonna just do 2.
Mm-hmm.
That way, I don't wire. If it for some reason if it doesn't work, I don't want to have to undo 4. Well, when we get it working, I'll add more.
Yeah.
We'll add more coils.
You would take the 2 ends of the coil, not touching each other, but each end has a diode, and then those 2 ends of the cathode side of the diode are connected to the collector.
Right.
And then you take another two diodes, connect them to the anode side of those two diodes, and point them over to the positive of the charge battery.
Okay. Yep. I see. Kind of like a
Right.
Y, like a flux capacitor. Mhm.
Well, the flux coming out of that coil is the flyback. Well, it's not flux till you put it into iron, I guess.
What if I end up going back in time from the results of this, Mike? What are we gonna do?
I don't know. Get some cheap gold and put it in a large sack and come on back. Back then, gold was what was it? $5 an ounce.
I'd be coming back with components, Mike. That's what I'd be coming back.
What, old tube transistors?
Yeah.
That's
Like
another
really,
one. Yeah.
man, I've always wanted to make a Bedini motor running the tube transistor, which it won't be as efficient, right? But I mean, just the gas that's in there, you know, it's kind of like a plasma, you know. It's weird. Like I don't know. I would want to see if we can get more on the output with that.
I
Wouldn't that be
don't
cool?
know how fast those things operate. Are they fast or what?
I don't know. I mean, I've never.
They probably
People,
run at high frequencies.
yeah.
The gas ignition and cutoff rate or whatever in there, I guess.
Okay, so this coil.
Because the gas flickers, no?
Yeah, it does. They have a heating element, I think, something like that you have to ignite them and all that. Let's see.
I got to
These
learn more
two.
about those tubes things. It's a tough subject to figure out. I think there's three probes in it. One positive and two negatives or something like that. A triode? Is that what a triode? Yeah.
Triode.
So it arcs in two directions. Grounds out in two directions. Yeah, I see what you mean by the diodes going in two directions. But only one set of diodes is only being used for the flyback, and the other set is being used for the charge of the coil. So they're not taking they're not being undergoing any kind of stress at the same time.
Right. I'll even put neon bulbs across these. That way, we can actually see it working. If it works, those neons are going to light up, you know. And then, that'll actually give it extra protection too.
You just take two diodes, hook the cathode to the plus of the charge battery, and you take the other ends of those two, one on each anode of the other two diodes.
Right. I'm just having to straighten out the wire for this. I had some old 007s laying here, but I twisted them around a certain way. So yeah, so I'm gonna put like this. I'm gonna put this one right here. Like that. And this will go to a positive. For a charging battery right here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure when I became a YouTube creator that they gave me a license to all their music in the short thing, which was pretty awesome because it's like all music. There's no limitation really.
Where's this music on YouTube you're talking about?
You need to make a short, and
A
then
short?
you'll know instantaneously.
I don't make any shorts.
Oh, you should probably try that.
And what, you get access to what, music?
Yeah, but only a minute of that song. But you get
really?
access
Like popular
to
songs?
Yes.
Oh, no shit.
No shit.
No sheets.
No sheets.
No sheets on the bed.
Yep, that's actually true. I sleep on my comforter. Then I got blankets on top, but that never mind. It's neither here nor there. Yeah. Hot chocolate? Yeah. All right, get your cup. It has to be a mug. Okay.
Okay. COILS, go to deposit. Okay.
Cat bank's almost full.
Nice.
Got about three more volts on that.
So you're gonna put that charge back into the run battery, or are you charging that off of how are you charging that cat bank?
The cat bank, I'm charging it with the SSG generator circuit, and I'm using a power supply.
So you're doing the switching thing?
No, I'm not doing the switching thing right now. I'm just charging the
Okay.
cat bank with the power supply. I'm waiting for my new batteries to come to
Oh, okay.
reinitiate the swapping.
Nice.
Yeah,
Sweet.
they are nice. They cost about $100, so I hope I don't wreck
Damn.
these ones.
What are the rating? How many amp hours or what?
20.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, 20 amp hours is actually what you want minimum. You know, Bedini says at least. Well, I've heard him say like 13 amp hour, but yeah, 20 amp hour. That's really good.
The
That
only
way you
problem
have.
is you don't get spade connections with the 20 amps.
Yeah.
Well,
Why is that?
20 amps.
Because they don't, they
They'll
come
get
in
it.
bolt and screw. They come in a different style for 20 amp hours.
I've got a bunch of batteries with those, like these types, you know, the ones with the
nut and
terminal.
screw terminal, yeah.
Yeah.
I use the spade ones, and so I'm bringing in new ones. So I got to commingle that stuff.
I probably have like literally maybe 160 lead acid batteries in my RV right now. I'm
Oh
not kidding.
man,
But there are a
nice.
bunch of those little 7 amp hour ones. You know how much I got all those batteries for, man?
Hey, hey,
$50.
hell
$50.
yeah.
Somebody on Facebook. And you know, pretty much 90% of them were good. And the other ones might still be good. I just need to desulfate them.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering. How many of them are actually going to hold a charge? And you said 90%. That's fucking dope. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, 90% of them were good. And I actually knew the guy who they
We're
belonged
good.
to, which, I didn't know who I was picking them up from. I went to the address and like the guy wasn't there anymore, but his wife was selling all his shit, which was pretty messed up. Or sheets. and and yeah.
You can say
Mike, go ahead.
friggin', like, friggin'.
Yeah.
Friggin'.
Or
Fracking.
I'm gonna try and cut it out altogether. You know.
All right, so
you think they'll
I'm
ban
sorry.
the video
It's a
for
habit.
a few slips like that?
I don't go live much, guys. You know, so I'm sorry, bro. All right, Mike. I've got this. I think I've got this ready. I just need to make a connection here to go to the collector. I just need to jump to the collector.
You good on the diagram?
Yeah, I've got 2 coils. So right here, got my positives right here to the end of the coils, or to the beginning of the coils. Both of those.
Positive to your run battery
Right,
positive.
to the run battery. Well, that's going to be over here. And then I've got this. This one is the one that needs to go to the collector right here. This wire. Can you see that down there? No, you need to go. No, yeah, you can see that.
Yeah, I
Let me
can see it.
bring it closer. So look, it's kind of hard to see that, right? I hate this.
As long as you know that you got it wired up like the diagram, don't worry about it.
It looks good to me. I see the double
It's hard for me to
connections.
tell, but it looks good.
Let's see, and I would basically, I'll put a. Let me disconnect these batteries here. So I'm gonna have the Bedini charge go into one battery right here, and then I'm gonna have the charging output of this go into that. So
You don't have to wire it up, force charge it if you don't have it set up like that already.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do the force. Just doing the. We're gonna run the coils. Let's see. Okay, there's that. Okay, go. What about the? Go back to the diagram again. Where would I connect? Let's see. Zoom it out or zoom it in. So we're just gonna feed that back to the same charge battery. We're not gonna do a secondary charge battery out of this. We're gonna go. Okay, I see what you mean. So. I want to make sure that that's actually working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this 120 volt LED bulb. I could just take a neon bulb, but I'll just do this and I'm going to put it in series with the charging output of the diodes from the other coils. And then I'm going to put it to the charging battery. If it works, that'll light up. It should light up for sure. Because it does it with a regular Bedini spike. But this one, I just need to connect it to the collector. So let me get another jumper lead. All right, so I'm going to run it without the without those coils connected yet.
What I do is I take activated charcoal, Mike, whenever I get sick.
Yeah.
If I get a stomach ache, that's basically bile, toxic
Well,
bile.
it's all in my lungs. It's definitely from smoking and probably the mouth thing and all that other stuff.
But if you pay attention, if you get like a stomach ache before you have a cough, the bile ends in the stomach and it leaches to the lungs from there, causes the
Oh, I
lungs.
see. So it's all about the liver then.
Yes, and it dumps into your stomach, so you clean up the bile, and the toxic bile won't leach through your stomach and hit your lungs because your lungs rests on top of your stomach.
Right. So it'd be the corrosive vapor.
Yeah, so they get burned by the bile, the lungs do, and then you end up
Yeah.
coughing up mucus.
Wow. Dude, I never thought about it like that.
Yeah, well, that's nutrition detective for you. He puts a different perspective on things.
Yeah.
He focuses on toxic bile theory. That's his whole thing. And I happen to agree with it.
Yeah.
If you had acid reflux, that's toxic bile. I mean, I had that for 10 years.
I haven't had that actually. I rarely ever get heartburn. It's usually
I
always
had
in
it
my
for 10
lungs.
years daily, every day for 10 years.
Ouch. I've heard it. Like I've thrown up in my mouth before. So
Yeah,
I mean,
that's it right there. Acid reflux. That's when your bile is just toxic and your body's trying to get rid of it. So throwing up is a good thing.
all right. That's good. Good to know.
Like if I have too much milk, I'll throw up because there's too much retinol in the milk, and I'm already toxic with retinol. I can't handle no more, and I'll just throw up. Plus, the milk is fatty. It's fat. So when you eat a fatty meal, it triggers a bile dump. And if your bile is toxic, you're going to throw up.
Yeah.
Because, the stomach don't like to have toxic things in it. Not too much. So if you have like a lot of fatty beef or whatever, and you get a stomach ache afterwards, that's because your bile is toxic. Not because you don't have bile or whatever. It's just because it's toxic. So if you clean up the bile with the activated charcoal, then next time you eat a fatty meal, it won't give you a stomach ache. The bile will dump, but it will be clean bile and therefore no stomach ache.
Hell yeah.
Activated charcoal at 3 in the morning is a good advice from this doctor because your liver dumps the bile at 3 in the morning usually into the stomach. And it makes sense because I used to have trouble sleeping during, not when I had the acid reflux for those 10 years, but towards the end of those 10 years, I had trouble sleeping at night because at 3 in the morning, my bile would dump into my stomach and it was toxic. It would just screw up my sleep.
Yeah. I know what it's like to not get sleep. I got severe sleep apnea.
You want to take like green peas worth of activated charcoal, mix it into a shot of water, leave it by your nightstand, set the alarm for 3 in the morning, and wake up and drink it down and go back to sleep. And you'll see things start to get better. I did that about 10 times at 3 in the morning. It's key to do it at that time. And those 10 times have really made the difference. But I still use the charcoal off hours, not at 3 in the morning, but other times of the day. If I eat something fatty and I get a stomach ache shortly after that, I'll take some charcoal and it knocks it right out, dude. Because it's sucking up the toxins in the bile that just dumped to break down the fats. So your body uses bile to break down fats. So the cleaner your bile is, the more effective you're going to break down those fats and the more energy you're going to get out of them. So that's where the energy comes into this equation. You have to
Yeah, I
have
got a
clean
huge
bile to break
hernia
down the
too,
fat.
man. Talking about all
You
this
can
stuff.
replace the bile with taurine. See, you need taurine to make more bile.
I see.
So, and there's no taurine in plants. So if you're a vegan, you're just screwing yourself up 6 ways from Sunday, bro. There's no zinc in plants.
I'm
There's
not
no
a
carnitine in plants.
I think vegans are kind of weird. I'm not a vegan.
Vegans have toxic livers with full of plant toxins.
Yeah, my mom married a vegan.
Yeah, I tried vegan. Yeah, I went crazy. I did go a little crazy. Yep. And it wasn't from not eating meat. It was from eating just plants. Because the meat has the zinc, and the zinc helps you get rid of the plant toxins, mainly retinol. You need zinc
I
to
eat
get
a
rid of that stuff.
mixture of a lot of different foods.
Right. According to this doctor, his patients, all of them are deficient in zinc, and only one of them comes close to being deficient, and he still considers him deficient. And that guy is a carnivore. So you pretty much have to supplement.
No, you just eat more food.
Nope. You can eat more plants. You're not going to get any zinc.
I didn't say one or the other. I just said eat more food, and you're going to balance out.
You can try that, but if you eat too much meat, you're going to have too much fat, and you're going to feel real sick, and you'll probably throw up because your bile is already toxic, and you need bile to break down fat. The more fat you eat, the more bile you're going to dump in your stomach.
I mean, the only flaw in the whole thing is the human being itself.
Well, we created toxic bile by eating plants and junk foods and sugars and stuff that comes.
No, what I'm saying is you're never going to stop completely eating all that crap ever.
That's correct.
So,
but you can supplement with minerals that help you, deal with those bad habits.
Yes, that's exactly it. And what zinc, the bad habits part is what I was getting at.
The zinc, see, you need zinc to break down carbohydrates. You also need thiamine
to
break down
deoxidize, right? And to deoxidize, right? Like
the zinc protects the iron from oxidizing. So yeah, it protects your iron from getting all rusted inside your liver, which is not good. So
yeah, I feel it. I know it's not good. I need to get more zinc.
We all have iron oxide in our liver. Trust me, and some more than others, and it's because of not having enough zinc. And you boost up that zinc, I guarantee you, your liver is going to dump the iron oxide because it has what it needs to flush stuff
zinc is
out.
a B vitamin, right?
Zinc is a mineral. B vitamin, thiamine is B1. Thiamine. It's important to get thiamine in fat soluble form.
B vitamins to help you.
You need thiamine to make stomach acid. And
I'm talking about the cellular walls that it loosens them up so that, communication between like what you put in your body and what your body absorbs is greater.
What, the B vitamins?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, the thiamine is what feeds your nerves to grow. You need that to grow nerves also.
You need mushrooms too, man. You need a healthy dose of mushrooms.
Thiamine, there's more thiamine in chicken than there is in beef.
Yeah, we got some chicken and some beef.
So that's the fat soluble form. Well, it's not even fat soluble. Here's the thing. The thiamine that's in the foods we eat is water soluble. So we absorb very little of it. But if you get a fat soluble form of thiamine, you absorb more of it. And that is not available in nature. You have to make it. And the Japanese, they made it 50 years ago. They made a synthetic form of thiamine, and it's a fat soluble form. It's called benfotiamine. And you take that with magnesium because it's a cofactor. And some fatty foods or whatever to help absorb it, like a little bit of milk or something, I don't know, or a piece of meat. And that's the fat soluble form, the ones the Japanese made, benfotiamine.
Okay. So, I mean, like if I can get
that will improve your stomach acid.
Yeah.
And your nervous system as well.
Yeah. My brother watches the same show, so he's been telling me the same stuff.
Which show?
The
nutrition
guy you were talking about.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, he
Oh, that's
does.
good. Good. Good to hear. He is off the chain, man. Dr. Garrett Smith. You know, it took me a while to figure out what he was even talking about. It took me about 6 months, to be honest. And I watched at least 20 hours of his videos before catching on to anything he was saying. You know, a lot of it made sense, but I couldn't put it together. You know, I couldn't put it together. I could put the sense out of it, but I couldn't connect the dots the way he had them connected. So retinol is ubiquitous in nature.
Yeah,
It's in
that's
everything we eat.
and that also makes me think along the lines that we didn't come from here. If you can think about it that way,
Possibly, yeah.
we were either seeded or, you know, like I said, we were raised to be ruled, and that would fall along those lines that somebody planted us here.
Yeah, I don't think the plants that are here that we eat, that we have to do so much work to get them to be edible, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think they're like, you know, if we are, I don't know if we're a plant eating species at all. I mean, that is, you know, so I don't know.
Well, we definitely can eat whatever we want because we have a brain.
Right.
And we don't have to go to either way because we could override the instinctual part of the whole thing.
Yeah, but the science has been out on this. You know, when it comes to brain energy, you get 10 points per 1 molecule fat of energy to your brain and body.
Yeah.
You get one of those 10 points from sugar, and the sugars come from plants. They don't come from animals. So the animals eat the plants. They have the systems that break down these complex carbon bonds that are found in sugars, and they decomplex them, you know, where they're less complicated, and now they're more easily digestible to us once they break it down. But they put these same carbohydrates into their meats, you know, but they're less. There's less carbon bonds in them. You know. We're just not able to break down that many carbon bonds in plant matter as the animals are. They can do a lot better job of that, and we don't.
Thank God, or we'd be getting sugar both ways.
Well, we have to take sugars and simplify them to break them down. And that's why we make the sugars we make. We have to do what the cow does already when he breaks down when she breaks down the grass in those 3 or 4 stomachs. They break down the carbohydrates in that and turn them into other molecules, you know, other proteins and stuff. I don't know.
Okay. I'm messing with this. It seems to actually be working. Like it's giving it more torque, more speed. But I'm trying to get the individual outputs. It's like when I disconnect the Bedini output, the actual Bedini output from the output of my circuit. Okay, so let me run you down to how it's. So I have the positive right here. Let me move all this stuff out of the way.
Probably getting more torque because it's switching the coils evenly now.
Yeah, it is. I've got one of these. I'd like to use one of these little voltage circuit testers. So this is for the back of my main coil. It's blinking red. And you can go back here to this one. It's also blinking. The one that we have connected right there.
Yeah.
And I can go here to this one. It's also. So this coil's on. This coil's on. This coil's on.
3 of them.
So I'll disconnect. Yeah, I'm going to disconnect this positive wire here, which is the positive for the 2 coils that go to the positive of the run battery. Right now we're running at 17 volts input at 200 milliamps, right? And that's with all 3 coils. With all 3 coils. So I'm going to disconnect.
Parallel.
Yeah, they're in parallel.
Plus
so
you
like,
got the.
Yeah, like the other ends of the back end of the coils are going with the anodes combined, going to the collector, and then let's see, do I have that? Yeah, and then on the let me see. Let me see your circuit again one more time.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, so I see what I did. I see what I did wrong. Okay, yeah. I did put the other ends of the diodes. It was supposed to be before the anode, right? That's supposed to be before, not after. That's where I did wrong. Okay, let me fix that real
Yeah,
quick.
you saw that, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
It's
so let me
imperative that you have it before the
right
on the anode side, right?
and get the spike of the. All right, do that. I'll disconnect this for now. But yeah, so that explained why but even though I had it like that, all of the voltage spikes were going through my neons. They were way brighter. But now they're going to be on their own individual diodes, which is what we want. So let's do that. So I'm going to connect that here first.
How, and you were switching those transistors independently with a controller before?
Just with the SG circuit. Are you talking about the generator circuit?
Yeah, that same system you got there, you were using 8 transistors before.
That wasn't
You still have 8 transistors on there.
That's only for a shorting circuit, Mike. That's not a motor circuit.
Oh.
That's so I can generate high voltage spikes as a generator. It's not a motor
So
circuit.
you're combining eight circuits into one switch.
Right. But
get
each
your amps up or whatever.
No, so I can get. Have you experimented with coil shorting before?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I saw you showed me that where you shorted the coil out right. When it was
like top dead center. That's,
yeah, you had another coil that was I can't remember. You were shorting it out right when the magnet passed over it, right?
Right.
And that would
With
cause the flyback to happen.
Right. But now the 8 transistor version it can short out all 8 coils at the same time.
Right when the magnet passes all 8 of them.
Yeah, but they all have individual outputs. Like, let me show you real quick.
So
it's like
each
what we're trying to do
transistor is
here.
handling a channel to the output.
Right, exactly. So you can see here in the middle of all the transistors.
Yeah, you can still do the same thing with shorting the coils, all of them with one transistor, the same way.
Which I'm going to do that with this. I'm going to try that.
I got you. Yeah.
But
of course, if the transistor has enough ampacity to it, it could still do it,
Right, because you have to be able to handle that amperage you're shorting out as well, which is better dissipated through all 8 of them. But
yeah, I agree. But what if one of the 8 starts to go faulty while the other 8 are fine? You start having all kinds of things you can't figure out.
These are overrated. These transistors are overrated for the spikes that I'm getting, because I'm not. Once I start shorting, because I'm actually going to short out high voltage.
What I mean by
coils.
that,
These are
Brandon, is that the diodes don't go bad that often.
No, yeah.
So when you have more diodes and less transistors, you got less to worry about.
Right.
So
now we have the diodes in the right place. I'm going to put this neon bulb in series with the output of our second coils. I'll just call them secondary coils for now, so we know what we're talking about. And then I'm going to go to the positive of the battery here,
so that you can see the dump, right? And you put it in series.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. I want to see it light up.
So your neon is acting like a line in the circuit,
and like an indicator in a way, so we can see that it's working. So I'm going to connect the bottoms here to the collector. And now I'm going to connect the positive to the run battery. Here we go. Okay, it's connected. I'm going to speed it up. I'm speeding it up myself and I'm lowering the resistance again. But if I disconnect the charging battery, let me see. Yeah, you see the neon comes on now on both sides. Did you see that, Mike? Even if I disconnect.
You have one on each side of the coils?
Yeah.
In series?
So, but yeah. See, when I disconnect
so you can see
the charging,
forward, you can see your forward pulse, and you can also see the flyback. I got you.
So but it doesn't work. You see, when I disconnect, yeah, when I disconnect that, yeah, you can see the neon come on. Hold on, let me see. It's trapped around this wire. So you see this neon I'm holding on to right here?
Yeah.
That's coming from the two coils right here on this side. So I'm going to disconnect the charging battery for a second. And you're going to see that neon come on. And you're going to see the neons come on from the circuit itself, from the SG circuit. Ready? See that? I don't want to burn on my resistor. You see that?
Yeah.
So it is working.
Yeah.
But, okay, so
Yeah, it's pretty sweet, man.
I want to make it independent. Like where
Well,
if I
specify what you
disconnect,
mean by independent. What make what? The coil?
like when I disconnect the output, like you see, I disconnected the output of the secondary coils. I want this neon to come on while the other one stays off because it's charging into the battery. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, then you have to have the charge battery connected, but because the run battery is in the same line as the charge battery,
Right.
and through the coil itself. So, yeah, not going to happen because when the transistor's closed, when the transistor's closed, then the one neon goes on, and when the transistor opens, the other neon goes on. You got to slow the frequency down a lot to just see that. If you want to see the two neons stagger flash, you have to slow down your frequency.
No, I'm not talking about stagger flash. Just see the phase difference or whatever. I'm not talking about that.
You got one neon going on your input from the battery, right?
Right. We got one. We got neons on the circuit. You know, from the 007 to light those up, and now we have another neon here coming from the diodes from the two coils that we connected, and the 007s are combined together and then going in series with this neon to the positive of the battery, right? So that's why when I disconnect the actual charging from the Bedini motor output, both of them come on. See that? And then I connect
when you disconnect the charge battery.
Yeah.
They both come on. Yeah.
So
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's not.
It's
supposed to work like that. Let me see. I'm gonna now connect these here. So yeah, I think it is working. Let's see. As soon as I disconnect this.
So you're switching two coils with one transistor, and you added the
Yeah, man,
diodes to do that. Yeah,
like the diode, like this output though, the output of the two coils right now with the transistors here with the diodes.
The collector side?
Yeah, no. From the diodes coming from the back end of the coil. Right here. I have
the anode side of the diode.
Yeah, I have it right here to this positive alligator clip, disconnected from the charging battery right now. I have it disconnected. Let me see if I can.
Right.
Trying to see if I can. I mean, shouldn't it light up this neon, even though I don't have it connected? Like, you know.
Well, not if you're sending 12 volts to the neon. It needs 80 volts to light up the neon. So
Maybe
if it's
not.
if it's your source energy from the 12-volt battery going through the neon, it's not going to light up. You'll need a LED or something that can handle 12 volts without blowing up, like a car light bulb, like from a car, an incandescent 12-volt incandescent will channel the power as an indicator for a 12-volt battery source as a source, you know.
Right.
And yeah, but the neon will do the flyback. It'll indicate the flyback because it's 80 volts or more. They don't light up under 80. So I would use like a standard 12-volt car
This
signal
will
light
work.
or something.
There you go.
I think you have one of those.
I actually don't have any. I don't know where they're at. The regular 12-volt incandescents.
It would add resistance to the circuit though because it's a coil in the bulb, you know, the filament.
Right.
So it would act like a current limiter too, I guess.
Let's. So like right now,
I think those bulbs for the cars are maybe 4 ohms or something. They're not like a.
so look, I have the input set at 17 volts at 200 milliamps, right? And I'm going to disconnect the power to the 2 coils here. We'll see the difference. So yeah, the speed goes down, RPM goes down on the motor, and our input goes down to 130. But that's without the other 2 coils running connected. So it does, you know, does work. And I've actually ran other Bedini coils in parallel like this before on one circuit. That's how I used to do it back then. I even have
So you
old
were able
pictures.
to isolate the 2 coils with those diodes then.
Well, no, it's not isolating the output, is what I wanted.
For
We
2
want to.
coils, for just 2 coils to isolate them, you need 4 diodes. 2
Right.
going to the collector, and then the other 2, the anode of the other 2 touches the anode side of the first 2, and the cathode of the other 2 goes to the positive of the charge battery.
That's what we have going here. Look, check it out. Let me get a flashlight so you can see better.
That would isolate the 2 coils,
Okay.
and you'd be able to run it with
Yeah.
one switch.
You see the diodes there?
Awesome.
But I'm saying,
I didn't doubt it wouldn't work. I am sure it would work. You know, I wouldn't have put it up if I didn't think it would work. You know,
what I'm saying is like, shouldn't like a neon bulb
light up.
light
If
up
you have
in
it on
series?
the, if
see,
you
look,
have it on the source side and the source is 12 volts, no, it's not going to light up.
Not on the source to the charging battery.
Yeah, it should light up if you have it there. Yeah, it should. Yeah,
But
but
it doesn't.
not when the battery's hooked up. The battery will cancel take the flow because it's less resistance. Yeah. It'll go to the battery, the high voltage. So it will never go across the neon when you have the battery hooked up. It'll just go to the battery.
No, I mean, it actually will. I've done it before. Like, let me turn off. Where's that neon I just had?
I'm not sure what's going on there. You want to draw it out right now?
It's hooked up like your circuit, like the way you have it.
You have.
Let me turn it off for a second. I'm going to turn that off.
Let me see here.
And I'll put this in series with the charging battery. Then I turn it on. Yeah, you see? You see how this neon is on? It went to self-rev mode. Now I have that in series with the actual Bedini charging output to the battery, to the charging battery.
Right.
You know, if I take it out of series and just connect the charging directly to it.
It don't light up? When you do it directly,
No, the one you see, this is the output right here. This wire right here that are tied together. These
the
are the two
collector.
out. These are the two. No, this is not the collector. This is the back end of the coils.
Yeah, yeah, that's where the collector is. The back end of the coil connects to the collector. And the diode funnels, when the switch opens on this relay, the flyback happens and reverse polarity out the diode.
Right.
Yeah. So if you have the neon across the collector and the emitter, if any does go across there, which will when you don't have the load hooked up, because the emitter is hooked to the negative of the charge battery, I believe.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it does work like that.
so if you don't have the other end of that neon hooked up to the emitter, it's not gonna light up, because that's your ground. I don't know. I really can't tell what you're doing if I don't draw it out. Wouldn't really know how you have it wired up. There's so many combinations that can be going on here. Your audio, you there, Brandon? You just cut in. Oh, it's a Wi-Fi. I can't tell how he's got it wired up, but he got it running, so there's no reason why it can't run. It should run. He's just concerned that the neon's not going off in a certain circumstance. There you go. You there? You there? Doesn't. You're muted, Mike. So it looked like he had dropped his connection again there, his phone or something. So let's see here. It made sense to me at first, except for what is there? Okay. Trying to get a picture of this. Okay. There it is. Let's see here. Okay, there you go. Now, presents. So, that's what we got here.
Two, take the green and the pink. This thing's. Okay. The photo editor. Well, it's good we start here anyway, and let me take our pictures out so we can see just the schematic. And now we're recording, so if you want to use this later, let me do something really quick just for the recording purpose, because you'll
Okay.
like this. Watch this. You ready?
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking awesome, dude?
and then it pops it all back on there.
Yeah, I'm just giving you the history for your recording,
That's pretty sweet.
Let me go back now.
Yeah. Wow.
Awesome. Now you can see the whole process of making it. And you can slow this down too later. So where are we at here now?
All right. So we're doing it. We're
Do
gonna
that
do
one more time. That was just too cool.
Hell yeah. All right. But you do see that there are two separate connections for each relay. They're flipped. I understand that. And I don't know why my mind said that was cool. But I believe it'll work.
You want to take a few minutes to look at this? I think Brandon, his phone battery probably, or what was he, Chromebook? He got disconnected, so I'll sit back and wait.
I think we should connect the last two.
Okay.
And
the
then
top left to right, positive goes where?
The positive goes to 4.
On the left.
On the left, and negative goes to 3.
On the left.
On the left.
4. What's the best way to get to 4? Hey, Mike, did you get that link I sent you to download this? Positive is here. That's positive, right? No, this positive, sorry. So let me go like this then. Oh, wait a minute. I got to do something. Take that out.
Can you hear me now?
I gotta merge down
Verizon Wireless.
because we have.
I hear you.
Wait, that is.
I think Brandon got disconnected.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Merge down.
But
I muted myself. I don't know how I did that.
Now what do we got?
Where is it?
I must have clicked the box.
I did this edit here real quick because to make it less confusing. See how he's got the neon hooked up. Took out the other
Yeah.
coils. You can see two of them. If he hops back on, we'll go over whatever he's got going wired up over there. Somewhere in here, you know, the neon's supposed to be here. And
Well, he's got one of those in the Bedini circuit already.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That circuit he's using is
Doesn't
the switching that he's shorting the coil with that circuit.
Oh, he is doing a short? I didn't know.
Yeah. He's shorting
Shorting two coils at once.
He's
right?
shorting here, you know,
Yeah.
with that circuit, which will, I think he shorts it when, I'm not sure when it gets shorted. I think right when the magnet passes, I think that's when he shorts it. And that's also the time when, you know, gets charged, I think. I don't know. You could short it right after the magnet passes. See, that's here it closes when the magnet passes, but right after the magnet passes, the switch opens. And if you short this points here at that time, you're going to have a flyback dump on a light bulb or whatever.
Yeah.
The neon can go there, and because the neon takes 80 volts to light up, so it'll go off also in this point.
Well, could you do two neons at that point?
But Bedini puts them here, the neon.
Yeah. I know about that one.
To protect the transistor. Yeah, you could put it there too. Also, you know, as a like a generator. You know,
An indicator that you're generating enough electricity to turn on that light.
well, I mean, you could draw power off the coil at that point up here, like that, just like the neon does. You can put a load there, and whenever that load's not connected, but see, if the load's connected when you induce the coil with power,
Should light up.
I mean, you know, whatever the load takes as far as power, you know, go through the coil also, and the load you put on the coil.
Right.
So that takes more power from the battery, I think. So I don't know. I don't know where he's got the neons, but if he's got it here, it should go off whenever this disconnects here. When you have.
I gotta check the cat bank. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, it's a 5-6 hour stream. I gotta get going soon, man. Come back on later, I think, or maybe tomorrow. Didn't expect this one to go that long. But it's been a good one. Where is that? Media assets.
Come on. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Who is doing it? Do it. Do it.
Damn,
All
was I
of
muted
it.
that whole time?
Do it.
Come on. Do it now.
I will do the rest.
think I was muted that whole time.
Charge it into the battery, and then you want to repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
Yeah, man, power and control.
I think Brandon's got tied up maybe,
Okay.
but we'll wait a little 5 more minutes and then just call it a day.
Yeah, man. I all I got is my little pulse motor. It's running at like less than a half a volt.
So
That's
you
it.
want to run it? You want to show it, or?
Well, I gotta hook up my
It's a lot of work, I know.
maybe I can do it on my phone.
Hooking all that stuff up and then unwiring it, rewiring it, back and forth.
Yeah, it keeps me sane though.
It keeps you thinking.
Yeah.
A lot of yeah, inputs, outputs, contacts, disconnects. Where's that? Just merge it all together. Now I got it. And that right there,
Yep. Second mic.
You'll see what you got to do, you know.
Yeah.
Your view to what you're doing. Feed power to the battery on the right from the output of the SSG, and then the negative will hit the battery. I see that. We can accurately do those diodes unless you've got that figured out already.
I do kinda, but
Well, what you want to talk to me about this here?
okay. Well, I actually want to know what you see, if anything.
Oh, okay, give me a second then. Start me
Okay.
off with the okay, so the SSG ins and outs. Okay. The in is your source power, and you are switching the source power. I see that. Okay. And you're switching the output of the SSG through the relays. Wow. I don't know how you thought this up. This is awfully complicated, but I could see the concept where you're what you're thinking, you know?
Yeah.
So I
And
see pins 3, 5, 6 is the source power being switched to right now. Okay, let's start on the right side. Battery pin plus and minus are hitting pins 3 and 4. And currently the way it's positioned, because we're going to have to make another image where the relays flip to the other side.
Okay.
For you know, for us to understand it, you know. You need
Like
both
push-
images. You need one with the relays to the right and one with the relays to the left. To see
Yeah,
both
no, I
operate.
get that. I get
You
that.
get it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So right now,
you could,
let's just
like,
focus on the position it's on now with the relays to the right. So
you could overlap them, and like having like an on-off
no,
scenario.
I could edit this and duplicate it. Don't worry, it's easy to flip the relay. But let me look at it like it's now. And so I see pins 6 sending positive to pins 2, which connects to the SSG out. So you're sending the positive SG out to pin 2, which will feed power to the battery on the right from the output of the SSG. And then the negative will hit the battery. I see that. Okay. And then I see the positive hitting pin 4. Pin 4. Right. Pin 4. Pin 4. It's on pin 4, and it's on and positive out on SGG is also on pin 2. What's going on there?
Well, it's not right.
I think you're right too. That don't
I
look
think
right.
that one part that's connecting like right on the right, so you dip down from the plus on the SSG out, and then in between, there's a connection there. There's a line there that doesn't need to be there. The one that's underneath the plus and the minus.
Give me the pin number. Pin number on the right?
1,000.
No, 1 through 8. Which pin are you talking about?
It's number 2.
Pin 2?
It's number 4, actually.
Pin 4. On the right.
Hold on. On the left, on the right, it's pin number 2. And then no. See,
Okay.
You need to look at this for a few minutes. Just take your time.
man.
I'm gonna sit on the side here and wait. You're gonna see what you're looking at. You're getting to something there. Go ahead.
I think it's like a double connection there. I feel like it's all right. There's a crossroads here, and it's on the mark is gonna be 2 notches after 1250 on the top. Go straight down, and you'll see there's a cross there, and it's not like going above. It's not like your normal crossover kind of thing.
Here?
Yes, right there. There's something not right about this whole spot right here.
Right here?
No, I think below that one that's right below that.
This one? Oh, you ready?
No.
How do
it's
I put
on
the
the horizontal.
camera?
Right in that. Right. Yeah. You're.
Did you get that? I want to flip the camera though.
It's you got a lot of magnets on there.
Yeah, that's 12.
That's the 12 one, okay.
Yeah.
If you went to 24, the torque would double. So would the current too.
Well, if I even get 12 coils on this thing, it's going to increase the torque dramatically.
Oh, you don't need to add more coils. You can just add more magnets. You still
can't add any more magnets, Mike.
Too close together, huh? They're Neos?
These are, I printed it this way. There's holes in there that were printed.
Yeah. I'm just theoretically speaking, I'm not saying you got to rush off and build another rotor and do all that. It's just in theory, the more magnets you have on that rotor, not in theory, but actually in reality, the more magnets that are on there, the stronger the turn is. You use more power though, and the RPMs go down. Use this, yeah.
See how much power I'm using?
It's 360 milliamps.
3 point maybe 36 milliamps. The volts are the red ones.
Oh, that's the volts.
Amps are blue.
I can't see you. You're not on the LED. I see 0 on the milliamps, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
3.5 volts.
Oh, 0.35 volts.
0.35.
Yes.
That's nothing.
Right. And look at this thing. It is moving on its own, like with that much power.
And that's a coil. That's like a 4-ohm coil or something.
There's 2 coils.
Oh, right. Those 2 coils, right?
That's amazing.
160 ohms. What was it? How many ohms was it?
Both of these are like 0.2 ohms. 0.4 altogether.
Well, okay. So the low resistance allows you to get a field generated
with very little input, right?
Right. Yeah, it's very low. That's very low. You have a low ohm coil, low resistance coil, which is what you need with the low voltage source. So, but you're still not using much power, which is, and it's spinning. How hard is it to stop the spin? Not hard, right?
Nah, not really.
Yeah.
But here, let's put a little bit of juice into it. Put it up to like a volt. And immediately we were already started drawing like 1 amp. Needs to get a grip and start moving a little bit.
Right. Yeah, because you got a low resistance coil there.
But there, 1, 2, 3, 1 volt, 23. It's still at 0 once it gets going.
Huh. That is strange. That's the amps.
Yeah. And I'm like, wow, this can't be right. Maybe I should hook a different power supply up.
So 0.00. So you're not even over 10 milliamps yet.
100. That would be 100. That first decimal would be 100 milliamps. So it's very
0.001
possible.
would be 10 milliamps. 0.01
No, on this
would be
meter, it's 1 amp is on the other side. So it's 100 milliamps.
Oh,
Minimal reading.
I don't know. I mean, they got like you get like for $5 you can get like an analog amp meter, 10 milliamps, 100 milliamps, depends what you want. You can read
Okay.
up to 1 amp, you know, but the less amps it reads, the more accurate the needle is.
Gotcha. Yeah, getting one of those would be worth it, I guess.
If you want to really know exactly how much you're using, you get like, let's say you think you're using less than 50 milliamps. So then get a 50 milliamp amp meter analog, you know,
Yeah.
it'll give you an accurate reading. And you'll see the needle pulse, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Move back and
And then
forth.
you can count those pulses in 10 seconds and get an estimation of how many pulses per second. And then you can figure out how much current and all that from there. Amp hours or whatever. Because you know the battery has a certain amount of amp hours. Like if it's a 7 amp hour battery.
See it, 2 volts. It's all the way up there.
Oh, that's
Like
power
1
supply,
amp.
right?
It's very fluctuation. But at least at most it's 1.5 amps at 2.37. That's a lot of amps for such a low voltage.
Yeah, it's kicking that much amps in each pulse through there. Because you got like a less than a 1 ohm coil.
Yes. That's amazing. Well, I mean, it all makes sense when you put
If
it
you turn the
together.
voltage up, you'd burn out the something would burn. I don't know, the transistor.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. With that many amps just surging all of a sudden, blow it up,
What kind of
man.
transistor you have on that?
It's just a magnetic switch, man. No transistor.
Oh, the relay or reed switch or whatever.
Yeah.
Did you blown out those reeds before by turning it up too high, or?
You don't even have to like right now. You don't have to turn it up high to blow out the reed switch.
So they blow out easy, yeah. And then you know those reed switches that don't blow out easy are like expensive.
Yeah, the tungsten ones. Those ones are pretty expensive.
They're bigger too, and they're like, yeah, they're like $50 or something like that each. And then you blow one of those out, you're like, shit, cheat.
Yeah. I don't want to do that. I want to
power
be doing
supplies already. Those $10 ones.
the reed switches.
No, those cheap DC power supplies from China.
Oh, like
$12.
$25.
Well, they used to be like under 15, $12.99 on eBay.
Oh, on eBay. Maybe.
Yeah. Free
I
shipping.
don't really use eBay that much. I don't even have a username or a handle.
Yeah.
Uh,
They doubled the prices on just about everything in the past couple of years. It's just price gouging everywhere.
yeah.
China, their parts were, the thing about the Chinese components and all that, they're affordable, but they go out easier. They're not as sturdy. So, but you can still buy stuff from China that's expensive, that's durable. It's just that's not what they manufacture the most, though, as far as electronics is concerned. But I must have burned out those powers, like at least 10 or 15 of those DC power supplies. Not running pulse motors, but like running attic fans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they don't last long in the attic in the heat. They won't last more than a year, less than a year actually. In the heat, as soon as the summer hits, they can go through one summer in the attic. So I ended up building a power supply. I still have it. It's in a box now. This thing will never burn out. It's got piece of aluminum as a heat sink that's 1 inch thick by say 6 by 4 dimensions, and it's 1 inch thick. You know, it was $20, maybe $25 for that piece of aluminum, and I just drilled some holes and put the grease, the heat grease for the transistor, and mounted its transistor to it. Transistor never gets hot, you know. I mean, it's not a transistor. It's a rectifier. It's not a transistor. So it's a 200 amp rectifier from China.
There it is. I flipped the switch, and I found out what was, making Brandon's image a mirror image. Found that setting too. Yeah.
So I used a rectifier, full wave rectifier, whatever, a bridge, 200 amp. I found a 200 amp rectifier, mounted it to this piece of aluminum as a heatsink, and the rectifier was probably about $25 from China, and it's a good one, and it's 200 amps or 150 amps or whatever. And I used that this circuit called the poor man's desulfator circuit, and you need a rectifier and some capacitors. That's it, and you can convert the AC signal from the grid to a DC pulse. And by sizing your capacitance on the capacitors, you can control your voltage output on the DC pulse. So I was able to make a DC power supply. I just, the one circuit, I just kept changing the capacitor that controls the voltage output. And
right.
I have the circuit. I'll bring it up sometime. And I was able to knock down the voltage to about 14.5 volts, and I had to get a certain size microfarads for that to get that to that voltage, And so I was able to convert the grid power to DC power with nothing but a rectifier and capacitors.
Sweet.
No transistors, no transformers. And the only thing that can go bad is not the capacitors. Well, the capacitors can go bad if you don't have them working together to limit the heat on one capacitor. You want to put a bunch of capacitors in parallel to make your capacitance rating and spread out the heat that's generated across. Instead of one capacitor, you put 5 of them in parallel to get the same capacitance that you need. And that capacitance controls your voltage output. And by adding more capacitors in parallel, you also spread out the heat and eliminate failure on the capacitor, which I had an event like that. So I had to put them in parallel, add capacitors on that section. And then the other capacitor controls the amperage going into the circuit. And that's just one capacitor. You don't need to put them in parallel. One capacitor could do that, as long as it's rated for over 100 grid voltage, or more. And you use a run capacitors usually to build this. So I was able to make a DC power supply using the poor man's desulfator circuit. This circuit was used to desulfate batteries, by creating a DC pulse, a sawtooth wave. It would take the sine wave, the sine wave from the grid, and cut off the bottom part of the sine wave and bring it to the top. So you would have this instead of this.
Right.
And that would create DC at the top.
Right.
Only at the top. AC is plus and minus below the line. That's your plus, minus. They would do this. That circuit does that. And it would send that DC pulse into the battery, and it would desulfate the battery and charge it and all that stuff.
So do you want to see me hook this cap bank up to this pulse motor?
Yeah. You're charging off the flyback?
Yeah, I'm charging it off the Bedini on a small rotor. And It's almost ready. It's at 14.85. But
Oh,
you
yeah,
know,
you got to drain it before it blows up, and whatever the voltage rating on that thing is. I mean,
16.2.
yeah. You
But
could
even
put
at
a Zener.
14.8,
You could get a Zener diode that has a reverse or whatever that activates at 14 volts, and then when the capacitor hits 14 volts, it'll just dump through the Zener diode. You get a 14-volt Zener diode. That way it'll automate itself. But
yeah,
the Zener diodes, they lose power in the circuit in the form of heat. But if the
okay.
dump is fast enough, it probably won't heat up at all. Because Zeners are not really used that much in DC pulse systems that I know of. I mean, maybe they are, but they're more
Well, I
common
got
in
one on
DC.
my Bedini circuit right here.
Yeah, a Zener.
Yeah,
That's
a
from
little
K
red
Energy?
one, red and black.
That's from
It's up
K
here,
Energy, Corey?
right up here by the resistor and the light.
That's the one you get off from K Energy, right?
Yeah,
Kevin?
that's the one of the ones. Yeah.
That's a good one. It has a Zener in there. I can't remember why he put the Zener in there though. I remember him talking about it. Maybe it's doing the dump. Yeah, maybe that's dumping at
Wait, look.
14 volts.
Let me look at his connections. It looks like it's from the base to the emitter.
Oh, so yeah, okay. So what happened? What he's doing is that's slick. So he's using the Zener to trigger the transistor. So when the capacitor gets to 14 volts, the current will go through the Zener and hit the base of the transistor, and at 14 volts, he's got a resistor after that, right?
Yeah, it's looks like 100 ohm resistor.
Yeah, I guess that 14 volts drops the to 5 volts across that 100 ohms or whatever.
I got you.
Like Dini does it, he has a 100 ohm resistor to the base, and he has the trigger coil hitting the base at less than 5 volts. I'm not sure what the Zener is doing. I don't know the value of the Zener. I would know more if I knew what the part number was. Could be a 5-volt Zener, maybe.
Yeah, I believe it's for the trigger, to help the
Yeah.
trigger.
So whenever the 5-volt, is there a coil in that little circuit board, like a small coil?
No, it's he has a 230 ohm resistor. That's 5% tolerance between the trigger coils, output and input.
That could drop the voltage if it's a wire wound resistor. Act like a coil. I don't know. I gotta see the video where he made that thing. What's it called? That circuit?
Bedini SG combo generator combo.
Generator combo. That's the one he did recently, right?
No, that was the double SG with the generator coil. That's a lot better than what I'm working with.
Yeah.
But that's awesome. I do the double SG because I have two of them. I set one up to one coil, one up to the other coil, and it really does improve the output like by a lot. And the only thing you got to worry about or question at all is whether you want to hit at the same time. So I have both of these hit with 180 magnets, or if you want to go offset. And if you have 4, it doesn't matter. Really, you got to go 45 degrees to be offset. But if you're using a 2-magnet rotor, 180 degrees, then you either want to hit at the same time or one after the other, depending on what you're doing. So, like, if
You got 2 coils around there. You could put another 2 coils on the other 180 degrees in series.
yes, you can.
Stagger pulse the 2 pairs.
Yes, absolutely.
You would need the double pole for that. I think. I don't know. There's ways to do it. To stagger pulse, I mean, you could use a timer to stagger pulse too, you know. Or you could just position the reed switches, you know. Or you could just have a trigger winding in each pair on the 180.
Yes. Oh wow.
Which is
So
the
much
best way.
power going through. I have to hold the coil. This is just one coil here. Yeah, I should probably glue these down. I want to do some real experiments.
Oh, looks like Brandon he's charging his phone or something, or maybe got occupied with the newborn. His baby mama calling him. So
Why is he living in his RV? Is that what he said he was doing? Living in his RV?
Yeah, I think he has a lab in the RV.
Oh, all right, I got you. That's what he meant by that. I got you. Well, that's awesome. I wish I had that set up, an RV that I could just do my stuff in, man. That'd be great.
I got a friend. He bought an RV. He loves it. He's
Hell
been
yeah.
living in it for like 5 or more years now. It's not that big, but it's got everything in there. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, those
Big
loaded
enough,
ones are awesome.
Yeah, it depends how loaded they are.
Straight up $1,000 in gas just to get to Florida from here.
Yeah, if you get a big RV, you're going to spend a lot of gas on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Carry all that weight. The smaller, the better. I mean, I used to own a Volkswagen, the camper top ones. Those were awesome. I mean, they're small, but the bed's in there. There's even a little kitchen in there. I couldn't believe
Oh,
it.
one of those buses?
Yeah, the Volkswagens from Germany.
Yeah, my grandma had one of those, and she came up from Florida in one of those, and she's like camped out in our backyard.
Yeah, they're amazing. It's like a moving, and the beds are very comfortable. It's a firm mattress, firm bed in there.
That's cool.
They fold down. The back seat turns into a bed. You have to pull it down, and then there's the back behind the back seat where you put all your luggage, which is also becomes part of the bed at night. And the top pops up, and there's a second bed up there. Unreal.
Very cool, man. Yeah, the Volkswagen bus. I remember those. Like, yeah.
It's relatively lightweight. It doesn't use much gas. They're pretty good on gas.
Well, Volkswagens had stupendous engines up until they were leading, up until like at the end of the 90s. They were like one of the best cars you could get.
In the 90s. What do you mean? What happened in the 90s with Volkswagen?
Toyota and other car companies started making better cars than the Volkswagen.
Oh, really? You mean like?
Yeah, he's like, oh, really? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, granted, the bus is a unit all of itself, man. It is just you're never gonna get another car like that.
You're talking about minivans and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, a minivan that pops open like that. That is never gonna come again.
Not like the Volkswagen, no. Right.
No. Yeah. I'm sure you can buy a house like that now, like a straight up house where you can just pop it up and you're good. You got all your amenities, you got a kitchen, you got a bed, you got a little nook with a TV, and you're good.
Oh, the RVs today are off the chain, man. Jesus.
Well, it's not an RV. It's a house. It's a miniature house.
Is it on wheels?
You could opt to get it on wheels, but I don't think it's on wheels. I think it's a permanent fixture.
Oh, you're talking about those things. Yeah, I saw that. The one Tesla made too, something like that.
Yeah, it would have been cool for him to like have one of those out by the Wardrift Tower or whatever you call it. Just
I
to,
don't know how good those little things are. I mean, they run off the power, right?
well, if you ever buy anything and you need space, it's very bad.
Right, but if you want to climate
But if you
control
like have a
sleeping quarters,
Japanese lifestyle and you are a minimalist, it's perfect for you. These houses
right,
are
right.
perfect for you if you're a minimalist.
If you're Japanese, yeah. I lived in a Volkswagen for
Yeah, you
about a
could
month.
definitely do this, man. You could definitely, and it's so cheap to run this place, man. And it's so easy to keep track of what you're spending that you don't even, if you leave a light on, you know you've left that light on. If you're in a big house, you could leave a light on. It could be on for weeks and you wouldn't even know.
Yeah, well, if it's an LED bulb, it's not a big deal.
Right, right. I'm just saying, you know, electricity, it's very, what do you call it, efficient.
Yeah, but you know, you leave an incandescent on, you're going to be wasting power and you're running up a bill.
That's true.
I had to use a regular AC fan to dry off a room that got flooded. I let it run for a whole month, and it was $60.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
that's
lot of money.
$2 a day, bro.
Yeah.
It was on
All
high
right.
too, you know. It did the job.
We are very close to 15 volts. I'm gonna unplug it.
But the controller from K Energy, shouldn't that dump it at when the time comes?
Sorry, what was that?
That little thing from K Energy, isn't that the dump circuit?
This right here, or this?
Yeah.
That's the SSG circuit. And right now the light is on, and I don't
Oh,
like that.
that's driving the coil. Okay.
Yeah. It's got an output that I had connected to the cap bank right here.
And you have the double pole relays switching between source and load battery back and forth.
No, I don't have that right now.
Or sorry, you're switching. Oh, you're not running it off that now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not running off that right now. I'm not. I was running it off the power supply. Hold on a
Cool.
second.
I gotta get going, man.
Okay.
I gotta eat some food, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah,
Okay.
man. Me too.
You want what's today? Tuesday?
My rotor just ate what do you call it? A clip, and it's like sucking it up.
Oh
There's
yeah,
my
yeah.
little
The
soldering
magnets.
station.
I like how the magnets grab stuff.
Yeah. All
Yeah, so
right.
you said you're gonna solder all that. That's the way to go, man. Because you know, if you're happy with what you got and you want to make it permanent, you want to solder everything. You just make the connections as short as possible, and you know, make it as compact as you can, and then you know it's done. You know, it's a permanent device. You know,
Yeah.
but you want to make future plans to be able to easily change out the transistor in your whole process there, because that's probably going to be the first thing you're going to have to change eventually.
Oh yeah, it's very easy to change it.
You could use those pop-in type transistors, but you run the risk of having connection issues.
All right, here we go. You can just hear it pick up speed. It's like awesome.
I don't think I've seen this one.
This is my axial flux. And it's going to be very specific, very small, and it's going to be a generator motor type thing. Yeah, it's 180 degrees. The rotor.
Yeah, it's vertical.
I'll be able to put a fan on that one, so that'll be neat. Or the shaft is also spinning with the rotor on that one. All right, Mike.
Yeah, so we can pick up tomorrow, I guess, if you want.
Yeah, I'll be around.
That's cool that Brandon got that working though.
Yeah.
With the diodes. I expected it to work, you know. There's no reason it shouldn't work, but it's cool that he went that extra mile and got it working like that. You should try it. Yeah, I guess if you want to use more than one transistor, I don't see the harm in doing that. It's just it's the same thing. I just like the one transistor idea because you can change one transistor instead of having to change a bunch of transistors, you know? And
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
never going to have to change those diodes. They're not going to go bad, you know?
And when like you have a bunch of them, you need to know exactly which one punked out on you. And that's
Right.
sometimes hard. If you have a bunch of them.
And if you can get them all the coils working on one transistor, then and by adding diodes to the circuit like that, then you got less troubleshooting to do down the road if anything goes wrong.
Hell yeah. All right. Man, this isn't smart. This is not smart. Secretary, not sure. Putting 14 volts through this thing is going to be like, it's instantly going to implode on it on itself, but it won't burn anything because
I'm
I'm
gonna let
using.
you go and burn stuff out in private
All right,
over
man.
there. And then we'll talk again, man. We'll keep in touch. I'll see you in the Discord too. Okay.
Yeah, that was cool how you got Brandon to come in there, man. That was cool.
I appreciate both of you guys stopping, and you guys made a great stream here, and something to look back on. You know.
Yeah, hell yeah. Thanks, man.
All right. I'll see you soon, man.
Yep. See you, Mike.
All right. Bye.
Bye.